그래요, 이도령이 사랑가로 한번 놀아보겠다. 사랑.
From now on, we will begin the 2020 Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark International Conference. After entering the password and the code, please enter through Zoom. Today's conference will be broadcast live on YouTube. For Korean, please search Pocheon TV. And for English, please go to find search Geopark TV. Good afternoon. My name is Sang-woo Lee, the Master of Ceremony of today's conference. From now on, we will begin the online international conference. Today's conference is to discuss various ways to implement the recommendations from the UNESCO, as well as to discuss and set a sustainable development goals of this geopark. To this end, we will listen to the presentation from the experts and discuss this issue. Today's conference abides by the quarantine regulations in order to defend the spread of the COVID-19. Prior to the conference, I'd like to introduce the discussants and presenters of today's conference. In today's conference, Mayor Park Yun-guk of Pocheon City will deliver his opening remark, followed by Governor Lee Jae-myung of the Gyeonggi Province, Son Se-hwa, the chair of the Pocheon City Council, and Mr. Yoneda Toru, mayor of the Itogawa City, as well as the chair of the Japanese Geopark Network. Today's conference consists of two sessions. The theme of the first session is the Sustainable Development Goals of the Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark. In this session, Dr. Soo-jae Lee, Council Member of UNESCO Global Geopark Council, and Dr. Mahito Watanabe, former Council Member of UNESCO Global Geopark Council, and Mr. Kye-sam Lee, Deputy Mayor of the Pocheon City, will deliver their presentations. Under the theme of the strategies and measures for expansion of Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark, Mr. Richard, manager of the Transnational UNESCO Geopark, Professor Kil Young-woo from Jeonnam National University, Mr. Lee Sung-woo from Gyeonggi Research Institute, and Patrick McKeever, former Secretary General of UNESCO Global Geopark. After the presentation, under the moderation of Mr. Sang-dae Lee, Mr. Park Sang-yong from RIG, Mr. Choi Hyuk-kwon, Director of Geosphere Environment Institute, and Dr. Wan Sang-ryu, Principal Researcher at National Geopark Secretariat, will conduct comprehensive discussions. Then, let's listen to the opening remarks and the congratulatory remarks, which will be given by the Pocheon City Mayor, Governor of Gyeonggi, Chair of Pocheon Council, and Chair of JPN. Good afternoon, I'm Young-guk Park, Mayor of Pocheon City. I'd like to thank you all of the participants in this international conference to discuss the development of Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark. And my special thanks go to Governor Jae-myung Lee of Gyeonggi Province, who extended his wholehearted support and efforts during the certification process of Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark, which was promoted to recognize the international value of river area and revitalize this region, and I'd like to share the joy of the certification with you all. Let me express my gratitude to Dr. Soo-jae Lee, member of the HUGGP Council, Mr. Patrick McKeever, former Secretary General of UNESCO HUGGP, Mr. Watanabe, member of the HUGGP Council, Professor Young-woo Kil of Cheonnam National University, and Mr. Sung-woo Lee, researcher at GRI, for partaking in this conference as a presenter. Also, I thank all of the relevant experts, including Mr. Lee Sang-dae, senior researcher at GRI, who played the role of the moderator in discussion session, for being with us today. Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark was the result of cooperation between 5 local governments, including Gyeonggi-do, Gangwon-do, Pocheon-city, Yeoncheon-gun, and Cheolwon-gun. And in particular, it is an exemplary case of collaboration between 2 provincial governments. So far, Hantangang River area has been known as restrictions for being military establishments on reservation and water source conservation area. As it is certified as a UNESCO Global Geopark, however, it is changing into a place of hope for local development and revitalization. We expect that the name value of UNESCO can lay the foundation to achieve local tourism development as well as local economic revitalization. This conference is an occasion to carefully listen to presentations of experts regarding sustainable development measures and implementation plans after this area was certified as a UNESCO Global Geopark. Particularly, during the 4-year period for certification, strategy and measures to implement the recommendations will be promoted. I wish you all the best for a successful conclusion of this year of MAUS, as well as in the upcoming year, the new year. Happy New Year. Thank you. Glad to meet you all. I'm Jae-myung Lee, Governor of Gyeonggi Province. I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to the participants of this international conference on Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark. In particular, my special thanks go to Dr. Soo-jae Lee and Mr. Mahito Watanabe, members of the UGGP Council, Mr. Patrick McKeever, former Secretary General of the UGGP, Dr. Richard Watson, manager of the Arch Watson Cave, and all the presenters and discussants of this conference. Well, this is really a meaningful event. The Hantangang River is a treasure of ecology, and this is a starting point of the peace on the Korean Peninsula. The Hantangang River rose from the North Korea and flow through the south. So for the inter-Korean cooperation, Hantangang River can be a good occasion for this end. Through this conference, please gather your wisdoms. We at Gyeonggi-do, under the cooperation of the local governments and other provincial government, we will exert constant efforts. Thank you for being with us. I wish all the best. Thank you. Hello, I'm Se Hwa-sun, Chair of the Pocheon City Council. I sincerely celebrate this online international conference for seeking the sustainable development goals of Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark due to the current COVID-19 situation. It is my regret, but I wish we could have on-site meeting soon after overcoming this critical situation. Today, I appreciate Mr. Patrick McKeever, former Secretary General of the UGGP, Dr. Soo-jae Lee, and Mr. Watanabe, members of the UGGP Council, Professor Young-woo Kil from Cheonnam National University, Mr. Sung-woo Lee, researcher at GRI, for your presentations on developing Hantangang UGGP based on your expertise. Also, I thank Mr. Sang-dae Lee, senior researcher at GRI, Mr. Sang-yong Park, researcher at RIG, Director Ok-gon Choi from Geosphere Environment Institute, and Dr. Won-sang Ryu, chief researcher principal researcher at National Geopark Secretariat, for your discussions on the development plans. I expect constructive opinions for the development of Hantangang UGGP. We have participants from Gyeonggi-do, Gangwon-do, Pocheon-city, and Yeoncheon-gun and Cheolwon-gun who exerted their joint efforts for the certification of Hantangang River UGGP. Under the common goal of the theme of the Hantangang River, we cooperate each other, and accordingly, it was certified as UGGP. Thank you for your hard work. I wish a constant cooperation in the future. Hantangang River has varied local resources with outstanding geological, ecological, historical, and cultural values like Jiktang Falls and Gosokjeong Pavilion in Cheolwon, Jain Falls and Jwasangbawi Rock in Yeoncheon, and Bidulginang Falls and Hwajogyeon Pond in Pocheon. Thanks to these resources, Hantangang River was designated a UNESCO UGGP this year. It is a good opportunity to live as a representative geopark of Korea. I hope today's conference can contribute to revitalize the weakened local economy by attracting many tourists. It is said that maintaining the UGGP status is harder than being certified. We at Pocheon City Council are committed to providing support to make Hantangang River UGGP as one of the outstanding geoparks not only in Korea but also in the world by reflecting your valuable opinions to be presented in today's conference. This winter seems to be colder than the other years due to the COVID-19. I wish you a health and good conclusion of the rest of this year. Also, I wish you all the best for the upcoming year of the Year of Ox. Thank you for your listening. Greetings. I'm Toru Yoneda, Mayor of Itoigawa City, as well as Chairman of Japanese Geopark Network. I sincerely congratulate you on holding the 2020 Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark International Conference today. Also, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to send you a greeting message online. Hantangang Geopark was certified as a UNESCO UGGP on July 10th this year. As it was the result of vibrant activities having been conducted so far, like construction of Hantangang River Geopark Center. I express my congratulations and honor to you. During my experience as chairman of the Itoigawa UNESCO Global Geoparks Network over a decade, I could witness the effects and achievements in the course of conducting activities on geopark. I came to realize that delivering a better local community to our future generation by doing our utmost at present is the obligation of today's generation. However, various types of divisions in the world are hampering the sustainable development in reality. To make no one will be left behind, the slogan of the global SDGs come true, we need to overcome individual position. Rather, we need to think the position of all with the consciousness being capable of overcoming such divisions. I believe the network activity is important as a solution for such problems. When we depend on and respect each other, while we certainly say what we need, and when we recognize each other under the same goal, it will produce a huge driving force to achieve our goal. In the future, I'd like to create new values with you by conducting various types of geopark activities using the network, and accordingly, I ask your understanding and cooperation. Once again, I appreciate Mayor Yoon-guk Park of Pocheon City, as well as related persons, and I wish you a successful international conference. December 28th, 2020, Toru Yoneda, Chairman, Japanese Geopark Network. Thank you.
From now on, we're going to begin the first session of the international seminar conference on Hantangang River UGGP. Due to time constraints, please keep the timeline of 20 minutes for each presentation. I'd like to invite the first presenter, Dr. Suje Lee, for his presentation on strategy and action plan to implement the UNESCO recommendations. Dr. Lee, please make your presentation. And as I mentioned before, this international conference is proceeded online. So for all the Korean participants, they are participating in real-time video conference. However, for the overseas presenters, we had a recorded video in advance. Please, I'd like to ask for your understanding for this situation. For your information, Zoom program, if you log on to the Zoom program, you can watch the online this international conference. And for the Korean channel, you can go to the YouTube Pucheon City channel or Geopark. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you clear. So I'd like to invite Dr. Lee for his presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Suje Lee. I'm going to talk about the strategy and action plan to implement the UNESCO recommendations. I'm a council member of UNESCO Global Park Council. Actually, as I mentioned before, my presentation today is very simple. So I'm to look up the recommendations. I'm going to suggest some action plans. The first recommendation is, I think we are recommended to make it clear that the significance of this Hantangang River UGGP, and I'd like to make some suggestions. So I think we do have the Hantangang River UGGP has a very important international significance. But however, due to some of the insufficient preparation, we did not emphasize the international significance. And we need to follow the guidelines and recommendations from the UNESCO. So this is a little different from what we have done so far. So UNESCO recently, they provided practical guidelines. So they have 6 questions, and the question number 6 is how to prove the international significance and international value. And the most important thing is the international publications and research. So we need to publish theme papers and studies, research papers regarding this. So we need to publish national publications and research and English summary and abstract if possible. Then what the Research Institute of the Geography provides very important publications. This is the tectonic province of the Hantangang UGGP area. So this shows the important location of this Hantangang UGGP. So previously they say that the Korean Peninsula is the extension of the North China Craton. However, according to the recent report published by the Dr. Lim, he proves that the Imjingan group is not an extension of Chinese structured zone. However, the Zhang YB and the Chinese researchers, they say that there are similar sediments in North China Craton before the Paleogenic. However, actually, the researchers make their arguments through their research papers. So some papers are in contradictory to others. So in conclusion, the Imjingan group is not an extension of the Chinese structured zone. And let me talk about the comparable geology. So this question asks us to make a comparison of all geoparks. However, this is impossible in reality. So that is why. So we have to make a comparable study from the 4 perspectives. The first is a synergy, similarity, complementary, and difference. But there's one thing to be cautious because, like the World Heritage, it does not pursue the outstanding universal value. So we are just making comparison among or with other geoparks. So most of the basalts, the age of the basalts is more aged when we go southern part. However, for the Hantangang River, there are quaternary lava plateau. However, it's about 80 million years ago. However, there, according to the current data, it's about 80 million years ago. So we can put it into the medium long-term scientific researches. So we already put it into this, incorporate this into the budget for the next year. And the most important thing is that when we are submitting the research for the revalidation in February 2023. So we have to keep this timeline in mind to keep when we are conducting the scientific research. And so we are submitting and accepting the published papers. And the second recommendation is to explore the potential to integrate quaternary volcanic activities and future tertiary extension to ensure geological coherence of the area. What can we do? So we can think about two things. The first is that the background of the Hantangang River is that the highlight of the geopark is the river itself and the plot basalt. So, however, its weaknesses are not, there are no other geological heritages. So we need to highlight some of the other geological heritages into Hantangang River area. So for the volcanic area, and we need to do more scientific research on quaternary volcanism. And for other areas like non-volcanic areas, we need to find and promote scientific researches to appropriately prepare extension. And some of the areas are excluded, not included. So the first step is we need to extend the whole area of administrative territories among 3 cities and counties. I'm going to elaborate about this later. And this is the action plan. So the things to do and the plans and the remarks. And for the geological research, we need to expand the geopark. And we need to conduct more scientific researches for extension of the geopark and to promote geotourism. This is the result of the information that I get from the U.S. paper, and we can refer to many other geoparks to promote geotourism. And the third issue is that because there are 3 municipalities, so each municipality have their own responsibility for the management of this geopark. So we need to integrate these separated responsibilities and authorities. So people say that this is a headquarters. So for the Jeju Island, they do have a headquarters, but I think it's better to have a control tower or another headquarters. So we need to have a independent incorporation of headquarters by 2023. And we're going to have a separate budget or independent budget from independent from municipalities. There is already hard structure in the Hantangang UGGP. And traditionally, and I think it was last year, UNESCO designated a visitor center forum. And this visitor center, for these 3 major functions of this visitor center is information, education, and accessibility. So this is a very important place for the visitors to learn more about this geopark. So we need to provide more research and training, and we need to promote international cooperation at the headquarters level. This is very important because for the scientific researches, we need to have cooperation with researchers in other countries, and we need to hold international seminars or conferences on a regular basis. And the DMZ or the Panmunjom, I think we need to make it the most attractive tourist attraction in the world. And when there's a conflict between North and South Korea, we call it as an annealing in the geographical term. So I want to promote this area as the healing souls with the annealing geoparks. The UNESCO HUGGP is very important. These three are the most important. How these three are well mixed is very important. I think for this biology, culture, and intangible heritages, we need to provide each researchers or specialists of each field, and we need to promote the connections of different specialists of different fields. So we have to think about promote the geo-bio relations first, and the next phase is the geoculture and geo-bio storylines. We need to develop them, and the last stage we need to use geo-bio cultural storylines. So let me talk about the geological characteristics of the land. So the Puchon, Yeoncheon, Cheonan area, the lands are very dry. However, we just found that the river flood basalt. So through using various storytelling, we changed these areas as the famous Fuddy Field. Let me talk about the At Valley in Puchon. So if we are to one step further, so there are very important geo-bio interrelations. So there are many natural mineral water companies in Puchon. It's because of the geological proximity, but also we can explain this as the geo-bio interrelation, and because we do have a Artesian wall conditions. So the circular mountain ridge lines forms good basins for watersheds. And so from the ancient time, Puchon is famous for its good water, its high water quality. And we need to develop another storytelling storyline for these mineral waters. And there's another important factor. This is about the training program for the tour guides, tour operators, and partners. This requires budget, time, and passion as well. There's one recommendation I'd like to make, is that when you need to open degree courses for the non-formal education. And we also need to set the target head count. So like maybe 5 interpreters, and for others, 2 more interpreters. So this is the action plan by year. So by 2021, we need to train 60% of our target head count. And by 2023, we can train 80% of our target head count. And this is the website that you can get very important and very interesting information. When we listen the interpretations of the cultural interpreters, you can learn more about these areas. And then the interpreters, they can provide very important information about the landscape, geo-heritage, and what is geopark, and then how we can build peace on the Korean Peninsula and achieve the sustainable development goals. And this is so the interpreters can play a bigger role and they provide very this meaningful information to visitors. And these visitors can be another ambassador who promote the Hantangang River UGDP. So the Pucheon and Hantangang River interpreters, they should have very good knowledge about the natural resources and also these heritages of the UNESCO. And I think providing meaning is very important. So for this is the interpretative triangle: experience, stewardship, and participation. This is an interpretative triangle. When we create this triangle, we can create the meaning. So what is the priority of information level provided and extension of value? So we need to focus on the UNESCO values, and we go into the UNESCO's designation, and we go to when you need to think about the broader sites, context, and so the UNESCO's value are the sustainable development and peace building. So we need to focus on the UNESCO's values. So this is a very simple example of what kind of information that the interpreters can provide to the visitors, like the quaternary. There are very important information about the quaternary, Cretaceous, and Trias period. And the sixth, the established formal cooperation with the recently designated Yeoncheon Imcheon River and Gangwon Eco-Peace UNESCO Marine Biosphere Reserve, and work together to promote the territory. This is what the UNESCO asks all the time. So this is about, you can refer to the this managing MIDA published by IUCN. So we need to establish a work cooperation system with Pocheon, Yeoncheon, and Cheolwon. And we need to prepare for the joint promotional activities for this geopark and biosphere reserve areas. So for the biosphere reserve, we need to extend east-to-west connectivity. And for the geoparks, we need to promote north-south cooperation from Mount Baekdu to Mount Hala initiative. So when the Pocheon or Hantangang UGGP is located actually here, so that is why the Hantangang UGGP can become the centerpiece for the inter-Korean relations and the cooperation. And the seventh is to improve the geopark visibility. Visibility is like if you don't see, there's nothing. It's the same meaning of the there's nothing. So the UNESCO UGGP highly values this visibility. So you need to refer to the UNESCO recommendation and guidelines. And for the action plan, we need to develop these materials, and we need to make a list of the priorities and start up to implement with the target of a 30% implementation. Let me turn to the brand identity. This is another important topic for the UNESCO UGGP. So they are this disseminating culture of the native people. So this is a leaf of the grapefruit tree to promote their wine. And the last on your left is the Jeju Geo. So this is about symbolizes the Jeju Island. But this brand has two targets. The first is to provide accurate and correct information. And for ordinary people, they just know that what is geopark, so they can promote the awareness of this geopark. And UGGP entrance, this is what is recommended for the signages at the entrance. And when you go to the Hantangang River, there are some signages. However, in the roadway, we need to select these major boundaries. This is a Rocks Connect Us, Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark. So we can promote people's interesting. What is the most but important thing is that we need, with the extension in mind, we need to strategically put more signage on these blue dots to expand the boundaries of the administrative area. For this directional signs, and we need to have more signage for the parking spaces and directional signs. And we need to have these logos and unified design. When there are also the things we need to keep in mind when we are translating them in translation. Actually, UNESCO, it's a UNESCO Global Geopark, but it is wrongfully translated into UNESCO World Geopark. It's wrong. And please avoid using the auto translation applications because it's translated in a wrong way. And last but not least, to improve educational strategies and activities to facilitate the mitigation of natural hazard and climate change in schools and for the local population. This is very important topics because it has impact on the human society. So when you look at the action plans by 2021, you can find and make a list of the available sites to use natural hazard and climate change topics. And for the climate change, so prepare educational materials and storylines for natural hazard and climate change, and test and analyze initial version. So when you go to Yeoncheon, this is another natural hazard. This is the collapsed columnar joint. So it can be utilized as a educational material. And this is the fault research in Pocheon. When the cycle between earthquake cycle has becoming very shorter since 400,000 years ago. And this is another area, ESR ages of the Wangsucheon fault in Pocheon. And Pocheon area can be a very good site for these scientific researches. And there's another fault, so late Pleistocene sedimentary environment and reserve faulting. So we are getting recent information from the perspective of geological time. So according to the researchers, this is the changes, this is the evidence of the climate change. So these sites can be the evidence for the climate change. It also be used for the researches on natural hazard. So these areas can be useful sites for geological researches. And this is about the stability field of hydrous minerals in subduction zone. In Yeoncheon, most of the amphibole is the natural amphibole test samples were first obtained in Yeoncheon. So this is a very good use for the scientific researchers, and we need to reserve this area as an educational site. And I think I sincerely hope that the Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark be the centerpiece of sustainable development and prosperity of the unified Korea through the value-based operation of geoparks. In the past, we were focused on cost-oriented management or operation. However, now we have to move forward to the value-based operation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. Under the theme of strategy and action plan to implement the UNESCO recommendation, Dr. Lee has completed his presentation. We were certified for 4 years up until July 2024. During that period, we have to prepare lots of things, and he enlisted such items. Thank you. And next, Dr. Watanabe Mahito will deliver his presentation on the theme of operational direction for revalidation of Hantangang River Geopark as global geopark.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer of this symposium for inviting me this important symposium in this new Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark. I would be very happy if my presentation today could be any help to you. This slide shows a summary of the recommendation about the management and scientific research from UNESCO to Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark. The evaluators who visited this geopark for field evaluation noticed some weaknesses of the management of this geopark. It seems for the evaluator that management system of this geopark is not unified, and I agree with them. This is a big problem which must be solved as soon as possible. Today, I would like to show you some bad and good examples of management of geopark in Japan and talk about the important points to establish good management of geopark. It will be very happy if these points will be of some help to you. People often say this geopark is composed of 3 cities and 2 towns and 1 village. But according to the guidelines of UNESCO Global Geopark, geopark must be one unified area managed by single unified management body. Hantangang Geopark is also a single geopark, not a geopark composed of 2 prefectures. To make brand value of UNESCO Global Geopark clear and higher, each geopark must promote their area as one unified geopark instead of patchwork of cities and towns. By establishing the brand value of unified geopark, UNESCO Global Geopark, all the area can benefit from geopark activity. To achieve this goal, one unified management body is necessary. I will show you one bad example from Japan. It's from Sanrin-Kaigan UNESCO Global Geopark. The Sanrin-Kaigan UNESCO Global Geopark include 3 cities and 3 towns which belong to 3 prefectures. 2 of these prefectures sometimes fight against each other for initiative of management of the geopark. In the past, one of the bad cases of such conflict would be where would be the venue of the conference of Asian Pacific Geoparks Network in 2015. At that time, 2 cities insisted to be the venue of the conference and never gave up. Finally, as a compromise, both 2 cities were decided to be the venue of the conference. As a result of that, the participants of the conference had to move from one city to the other city during the conference, and some of them felt very uncomfortable on it, and bad image of that geopark was left in their mind. Another past bad example is from the Aso UNESCO Global Geopark. In 2016, there was a big earthquake in the Aso area, and people in Aso suffered big damage. More than 10 people died with this earthquake, and this photo shows landslide caused by the shake of the earthquake, which destroyed important road to Aso to Kumamoto. Kumamoto is a big city near the geopark, and people need that road for their daily lives. So the reconstruction work started within a week after the earthquake. During that reconstruction, part of the geosite along the river of the geopark was destroyed because the local office of Ministry of Land and Transportation, which is responsible for road construction, did not know the value of that site. At that time, the Aso UNESCO Global Geopark was managed by, as a matter of fact, managed by only one city among the municipalities in the geopark. So geopark had very weak presence among various national or regional administrative organizations. As a result of that, communication between the geopark and the local office of the ministry at that time was not so good. The Ministry of Land and Transportation the Ministry of Land and Transportation knew important sites of the Aso National Park. Actually, Aso UNESCO Global Geopark almost overlap with Aso National Park. Ministry of Land and Transportation communicate with National Park frequently, but due to the low presence of the Aso UNESCO Global Geopark Management Office, that ministry did not communicate well with Aso UNESCO Global Geopark. So, geosite was not known among the Ministry of Land and Transportation, and they destroyed the part of the geosite during the reconstruction work. Of course, there was some confusion just after the earthquake happened, but so the confusion was one of the reasons for the destruction, but the bad communication due to the weak management of the geopark was also cause of the destruction. I have shown two bad examples of weak or poor management of geopark in Japan, but actually I have to mention that now the management of the two geoparks have get far better than that time now. To avoid bad outcome caused by poor management, you must establish strong and unified geopark management body. To establish unified management body, what you have to do is actually simple. But under the administrative system, to do simple thing is sometimes very difficult. I summarize 4 points. Number one, you must have one office for geopark management body. I know the Hantangan geopark include different municipalities, but to manage geopark in a unified manner, all the municipalities which are part of the geopark must agree to put the only one main geopark office at one of the municipality or at one of the city or town. All or almost all staffs must work at one place together. By that, your geopark will be managed as one geopark. Second point, you should have one capable manager who are responsible for every decisions on the Hantangan geopark. Budget must be also unified. Maybe different level of administration sector may offer budget to run geopark. Such budget must be given to the geopark management body and used under the governance of manager of the geopark. Number 4. From the visitor's point of view and also local people's point of view, geopark must offer one-stop service. What is one-stop service? Well, all the information must be provided from geopark management body, including the events or tours or some kind of activity, and also some procedure needed to work with geoparks. If you don't have one-stop service, people who want some information about geopark, he or she must refer 2 or 3 websites or visit 2 or 3 offices. So you need one-stop service at geopark office. This is an example from Japan. This is from Oki UNESCO Global Geopark. This photo shows the new office of the Oki UNESCO Global Geopark management body. Oki UNESCO Global Geopark is managed by an independent association supported by municipalities that is in Oki UNESCO Global Geopark. Its office is located at the ferry terminal of the Okidogo Island, which is main entrance to the Oki Geopark. The office is in the first floor of the building next to the ferry ticket office, tourist information center, and geopark office are in the same floor. In the second floor, now, museum is under construction. This is very good situation for geopark office. So geopark management body office, tourism information center, and geopark museums are in the same place. So visitors to the geopark can get the information on geopark from scientific to touristic information, and also they can reserve guided tour or other interesting activity at the same place. This is one-stop service. Manager of geopark should have enough authority and responsibility to run geopark. The manager must have authority for budget execution and various kind of decision making. So without such authority, geopark management body cannot do anything. This is the point which stakeholders of this Hantangan geopark should agree with and make decision. In the case of the Sannin Kaigan UNESCO Global Geopark, which I mentioned, they now have a general manager who comes from outside of national or local administrative office. He's somewhat independent from local administration. He has equal distance from each municipality, and he can make fair decisions, and he can cooperate with all the municipality in the same manner. Budget is crucial factor to manage geoparks. Budget without some strings from municipalities is necessary for unified geopark management. Geopark need budget which can be used what geopark needs, not what the certain municipality needs. With such budget, manager can work for all geopark, not for specific area or certain municipalities. Important role of geopark management body is to coordinate various kind of organization, including municipality, a company, or people's organization. To coordinate various kind of organization, geopark management body must be independent from organizations or entities in the region, or in other words, management body must be at the same distance from organization within geopark. Management body of geopark is usually supported by municipality, but it should have some independence from municipality to work with other various entities. When collaboration with the various organizations, geopark can be very important organization, which is the different kind of organization, such as branch of national ministries, local company, organization of local people, etc. And I know Korean administration style is somewhat as vertically segmented as Japanese local government, and I suppose that situation causes some problems. But with proper management of geopark can break that wall of vertical segment. As I mentioned earlier, one-stop service is very important function of geopark. When local people start a new business or something, cooperating with geopark management body must offer all necessary information on necessary procedures and offer some kind of help for them, so that people don't need to visit and negotiate with many national and local authorities. If geopark management body continue to offer such kind of help to local people will be willing to do various kind of activity by themselves. Geopark management body can be coordinator of local people's activity. Geopark can coordinate research activity. Geopark usually has committee for scientists of various fields who cooperate with geopark. Geopark management body should communicate research needs of geopark to such committee. That kind of needs from geopark gives scientists a good chance to open up a new research field. So geopark and scientists can build win-win relationship. To build win-win relationship, please don't forget to offer funds to scientists. This is a summary of my presentation. Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark needs strong, unified management body to become a great geopark. To build strong management, you need one office and one manager with enough authority for governance and one unified budget, one-stop service. You don't need 100 of staffs, but I hope the stakeholders of the geopark agree to establish one unified management body and to give responsibility and authority to the manager of that management body. Such management body will get local people's cooperation and will make the Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark very active and attractive. Thank you very much for your attention and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Watanabe. Among the recommendations from the UNESCO and Hantangang UGGP, he made good suggestions regarding unified or integrated organization. And next, let's invite Mr. Kesam Lee, Deputy Mayor of the Busan City. He will deliver his presentation under the theme of the Department's strategic plans for HUGGP. Good afternoon. I'm Kesam Lee, and welcome you all to our international conference. Instead of the citizens of Busan, I'd like to explain what a Hantangang River is and what are we dreaming for and to where we should go. Geologically, Hantangang has total length of 140 kilometers, 55 from the north, 85 kilometers for the south. In the ancient times, it was flowed through the orange line, but it changed to the green line after the volcanic eruption in Orisan mountain. And in the valley, the lava filled this valley and it formed a lava plateau. And that's why the columnar joints were formed, or how the columnar joints formed. So you can see pebbles in this Hantangang layer. You can see it clearly through this photo. You can distinguish clearly the gorge and the plateau. And its depth sometimes go as deep as 200 meters. In the summer, you can enjoy rafting, and in autumn, the autumn leaves are beautiful. So the total length of 119 kilometers of trail will be constructed or completed. And if it is the connection to North Korea is realized, we can be extended even to the north. This beautiful and unique geology contributed to be used as a background for various famous Korean movies and dramas. In terms of humanities, it has a very important meaning. 1,000 years ago, there were two heroes who named Wang Gun and Kung Ye. They, one of them, Wang Gun, who unified Korea 1,000 years ago, he named it as the village of inclusion or tolerance. So that's where the name of Pocheon came from. However, in 1945, due to the influence of the Cold War, Korean peninsula was divided under parallel 38, and we are located northward of the parallel. However, after the Korean War, the Hantangang River area came to belong to the free side. However, during the Korean War, it was occupied 6 times in turn by the North and by South, respectively. So after the war, this place was used as a preparation place, and it had the Rodriguez military drill camp is located, which is over 1,300 hectares. Furthermore, the largest military base or shooting area is located, of South Korean Army is located here as well. Due to these military facilities, many people are being damaged. Recently, the era of peace has come, and the 2 governments are trying hard to achieve peace, but the local people's anxiety has not gone away yet. Against this backdrop, designation as a UNESCO Global Geopark it gives hope and dream to the local residents. In that terms, I'd like to introduce the vision of Hantangang River. Here, we have 4 visions in Hantangang River. The first one is nature. It is regarding the preservation or conservation. The second one is like a 1,000-year-old spirit. We can connect north and south here. That is a dream or vision of peace. The third one is, since we have beautiful nature and humanitarian ambient, we can hold peacefully various types of festivals. Through these 3 goals, the 4th goal is linked, which is economic affluence. So through conservation, we want to have the quadruple crown by being designated as UNESCO Geopark, UNESCO World Heritage, and UNESCO Heritage and Biosphere, a World Biosphere Reserve. And to conserve nature, we are cooperating closely with the Ministry of Environment as well as Gyeonggi-do Province to improve the water quality. And as a connector between the 2 Koreas, we'd like to play the role of a peace holder or peace bringer. There's a point or there's a crossroad where it meets the Hantangang River and the DMZ. Then we'd like to form or construct a global peace park. And that peace is so important to the human being. We dream that this place can be used as a place for hope and peace. And under the theme of festival, we have a huge cultural asset called K-pop. We would like to hold music festivals, Festival of Music and Festival of Arts. This is Tomorrowland Festival, which is being held in Belgium. It was taken in 2014, and 360,000 people participated. And these tourists visited lots of places, and I think it's possible to hold such events in our city as well. And in terms of tourism, visitors may enjoy geological and security peace. And Jim Rogers once said that if the 2 Koreas are unified, tourism will be most benefited. Further, when a way of logistics open between the 2 Koreas, Hantangang area can be used as a base camp to North Korean tour, because it takes only 70 kilometers. It is just 70 kilometers away from the inner Gyeonggang mountain area in North Korea. So we'd like to develop touristic programs. Now I'd like to talk about the UNESCO Global Geopark. As we are well aware, in July this year, we were designated a UNESCO Global Geopark, and its area is twice larger than Seoul, the capital of Korea. And this geopark encompasses 3 local governments or local areas like Pocheon City, Yeoncheon-gun County, and Cheolwon-gun County. And previously, this area was designated as National Geopark in 2015. And in 2019, Jiang Jinping of China and Margaret Welf of Netherlands conducted a site investigation. And from last October 31st through September 7th last year, APGN Council was held in Lombok, Indonesia. At that time, the suitability was discussed, but there were some issues. The key issues, there were 3 key issues. The first one is it lacks geological value internationally. Secondly, it lacks research and investigation in North Korean areas. And the third one is there was no integrated organization. So the discussions were so fierce. Therefore, it was led to the voting. And by a slight margin of 1 vote, these issues were changed as recommendations, and they accepted the proposal. At that time, there were many council members, to Melanie Bolda, to Jiang Jinping, to Watanabe Mahito, Guy Martini, Elga Schlepin, Ana Ruiz, Asawosen Asrat, Dr. Sujeli, Anna Abd El Hadi Ahmed, and Chris Lennes. I sincerely thank to them for their cooperations. And regarding the recommendation, I promise that we will complete these promises. Then let's talk about the 3 recommendations from the UNESCO. The first one is conducting a research which has geological value internationally. So the Aurazi pillow lava and the shooting joints fold structure in Eunderi, these areas are being researched, and contracting with research institutes is under investigation as well, under review as well. Second one is expanding the area to North Korea with 50 million Korean won. From last May, the research will be conducted up until February next year. And in 2025, if North Korea cooperates, then this geopark can be expanded to the north. And we should induce the cooperation from the North Korea. For example, in September 2021, if North Korean delegates participate in the Jeju GGN General Assembly, then we'd like to invite them to our area. At the UNESCO GGN, if UNESCO GGN joins us, I'll be very appreciated. The third one is had to be equipped with independent budget for integrated management system. So 5 local engaged governments will sign the business agreement, and through the working level discussions, we will build an integrated budget system by the end of next year. Next one is comprehensive development plan of this river. As I told you before, the residents around the shooting range, they are suffering. To compensate them, we started to come up with this plan. The basic plan is running various programs for public support. When this project is complete, then an integrated running or operation will be conducted. In terms of public area, we'd like to build a national garden in 4.13 square meters area. It will be composed of ecological plaza, skybridge park, moonlight landscaping, and Cloud Mountain Park and river. Then it will attract lots of people. And by using the personal mobility vehicles, we can link the neighboring villages so that they can enjoy the benefits of, in terms of economy. The Unsanri Urban Renaissance Project is a good example. We invested $25 billion US dollars. So the central government and local government will run this program. And its basic structure is that the residents, government, and enterprise or companies will cooperate each other, and all of the programs and the private sector projects will be run constantly and in a unified manner. So we form a comprehensive development council for the Hantangang River in Pocheon. When this project is complete, the BID concept will be introduced so that we can systematically manage this project. So far, I've talked about Pocheon. Now, I'd like to touch upon the more widened cooperation. This is called the Comprehensive Development Team for Hantangang River of Gyeonggi-do Province. So it will lay the foundation for further development of this area. Among this plan, one of the most notable things is the World Peace Festival, and we named it as Fortune Valley Festival. As I explained to you earlier, the Tomorrowland Festival was benchmarked. Such festival will be held in the riverside of the Hantangang River. The theme is peace with K-pop, and it will be held at the flood plain for 2 nights. And the accommodations will use the camping area, and the touristic and geological resources can be fully enjoyed by the visitors. So let me conclude. In a nutshell, the residents, government, companies, and international corporations are 4 major pillars for nature conservation, achieving the dream of peace, giving joy of festival to the global people, and offer economic affluence to local people. This is our dream and our direction. It needs support from many people. Alvin Toffler said, "The future is not an unexpected one, it's one that we can imagine." I think that's the way we should pursue. If you dream alone, it's just a dream. If you dream together, it became a reality. That's what John Lennon said. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dream together. Of course, you'll join us. Thank you.
He was the most passionate person about the designation of the Hantangang area as the Hantangang River UGGP. And actually, he himself explained the value of the Hantangang River, which is received with a large acclamation. And he talked about the mid and long-term vision of the Hantangang River area, and he is planning to make this region as the driving force of the regional development of this area. So we're going to take a 10-minute coffee break, and then we are going to have our second session. So please, we are going to resume at 1500.
굳어서 또 이 비내기능 포초가 만들어졌답니다. 그래서 제주도에서 가지고 온 현무암이 아니라 여기 신생민 사기 때 북한에서 흘러 굳어져서 만들어진
안녕하세요. 저는 포천시 지질공원 해설사로 활동하고 있는 조금자입니다. 오늘 저와 함께 한탄강 지질공원 센터를 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳은 지질생태박물관입니다. 한탄강은 현무암 협곡으로 이루어졌으며 주상절리, 아름다운 경관을 볼 수 있는 우리나라에서 이름 있는 강이기도 하지요. 예전에는 제천강, 랑천강이라고도 부르기도 하였습니다. 이름에 있는 한자를 풀어보면 큰 한자, 여울탄자누로 큰 여울의 강이란 뜻입니다. 네, 한탄강은 유일하게 강을 끼고 있는 주상절리를 볼 수 있는 곳입니다. 이 현무암은 북한 평강군에서 용암이 분출하여 흘러내려왔죠. 철원, 포천, 연천을 거쳐 파주, 율곡리까지 내려갔습니다. 50만 년 전에 흐른 이 현무암이 지금 현재 아름다운 주상절리로 우리들이 볼 수 있는 곳이 됐습니다. 여러분들이 지금 보고 계신 것은 현무암의 주상절리, 한탄강의 아름다움을 품고 있는 곳이지요. 그래서 이것은 용암이 흘러내려와 화사람이 되면서 빠른 시간 내에 수축이 되었다 보니까 그 사이에 물과 바람으로 인하여 풍화를 만나 이렇게 아름다운 주상절리가 되었습니다. 한탄강의 땅속 모습을 관찰해 보겠습니다. 기공이 있는 현무암, 기공이 없는 현무암, 토양층, 지표 가까이서 식은 암석은 기공이 있고 좀 깊은 곳에서 식은 암석은 기공이 없습니다. 이곳에서는 지층을 알 수 있는 모습을 우리는 지금 보고 있는 것입니다. 네, 화산이 폭발하는 것을 보았죠. 이것은 열과 압력을 받아 마그마가 폭발한 겁니다. 폭발하면서 깊은 곳에서 식은 암석은 심성암, 또 지표면에서 빨리 식은 것은 현무암. 지금의 한탄강은 예전의 한탄강과 물길이 다르죠. 북한에서 흘러온 용암이 전에 한탄강을 다 메워 내려오다 보니 지금의 한탄강은 새로 만들어진 물길에 따라 만들어지고 있습니다. 그 이유는 점성도가 작기 때문에 멀리까지 흘러내려가 지금의 한탄강을 만들고 있는 것이죠. 풍화를 받으며 공류에 따라서 여러 모양의 협곡이 만들어져 있습니다. 여러분이 보시는 주상절리 밑에 둥근 벽의 용암을 보시는 겁니다. 이 용암은 내천, 물을 급하게 만나다 보니 용암이 굳게 되겠죠. 그 안에서 틈으로 수축이 되면서 올라오면서 둥글게 만들어지기 때문에 지금의 이 벽의 용암이 만들어졌습니다. 여러분들, 이것도 하나의 절리라고 합니다. 지질문화관으로 들어가시겠습니다. 인류가 시작되는 선사시대를 하나하나 짚어보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 세계 역사를 다시 쓰게 된 한탄강 유역의 역사, 부석기 유적지가 왜 많이 발견되는지 여러분들과 함께 돌아보기로 하겠습니다. 한탄강 유역인 정곡리에서 발견된 구석기 시대 유적은 1979년부터 발굴이 되기 시작했고, 이곳은 한반도 구석기 시대 문화의 중심이 되었습니다. 특히 이 지역은 동북아시아에서 최초로 주목 토끼가 출토되어 세계적으로 관심이 집중되고 있습니다. 이 고인돌은 청동기 시대에 만들어진 무덤입니다. 덕계식 고인돌은 화산재, 화상력, 서로 뒤섞여 굳어진 응야암입니다. 여기에서는 진경산서의 대가이신 겸재 선생님의 해학 전신첩에 남겨진 화적연을 보시겠습니다. 이 날빗자는 조선 전기 4대 명필이신 포천 출신 복례 양사원 선생님의 글입니다. 또한 영평 팔경을 비롯한 포천의 여러 명승지에 대한 시와 글을 남기셨습니다. 지금까지 한탄강의 형성 과정과 역사 속의 변형 과정을 보았다면 지질공원관에서는 현재 한탄강의 모습을 다루고 있습니다. 지질공원이란 지금까지 여러분이 보아온 지질, 고고 역사, 생태 문화 등 모든 분야를 아우리는 개념입니다. 지역에 있는 여러 자연 자원과 문화 자원을 활용하여 교육과 관광 등의 활동을 통해 지역의 지속적인 발전을 목표로 하는 제도입니다. 한탄강 지질공원은 2015년 12월에 우리나라 환경부가 인증하는 국가지질공원이 되었으며 2020년 7월 10일에 유네스코 인증을 받아 한탄강 유네스코 세계지질공원이 되었습니다. 지금까지 저와 함께 한탄강 지질공원 센터를 둘러보셨는데 어떠셨나요? 저희 센터를 직접 방문하시면 친절하고 상세한 전시 해설을 들으실 수 있으며 자세한 내용을 원하시는 분은 인터넷 검색창에 한탄강 지질공원 센터를 검색하셔서 프로그램 내용과 예약 방법을 살펴보시기 바랍니다. 저는 이만 인사드리도록 하겠습니다.
Now, we are a little behind the schedule. My sincere apology for the delay. Now we are going to begin the second session of the 2020 Hantangang River UGGP Online Global International Conference. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Richard Watson. He is going to make a presentation about the steps refined to establish a cross-border UNESCO Global Geopark.
Hello, my name is Richard Watson. I'm going to talk to you about the steps required to establish a cross-border UNESCO Global Geopark. But first, let me introduce myself. As I say, I'm Richard Watson. I live in Northern Ireland in the United Kingdom. I'm the chair of the Transnational UNESCO Global Geoparks Forum. I was the former manager of the Marble Arch Caves UNESCO Global Geopark, which was the world's first cross-border geopark. And I'm a senior assessor of UNESCO Global Geoparks. Okay, what is a UNESCO Global Geopark? Well, UNESCO Global Geoparks are highly successful exponents of geology, tourism, sustainable development, community engagement, education, nature conservation, cultural identity and international cooperation. At present, there are 161 UNESCO Global Geoparks in 44 different countries, but how many of them are transnational or cross-border geoparks? Well, let us look at an extract from the declaration of the Transnational UNESCO Global Geoparks Forum, which was formed in October 2019. So far, there are only 4 cross-border global geoparks on Earth, all of them in Europe. These pioneer transnational geoparks are helping to mend the wounds of history and have found common means to preserve their heritage and to enhance the well-being of their communities. Here's a map of Europe which shows the location of the 4 different geoparks. So in orange we have the Musco Arch UNESCO Global Geopark, which is located between Germany and Poland. The yellow is in Nograd UNESCO Global Geopark, which is between the 2 countries of Hungary and Slovakia. In blue we have the Karawanka UNESCO Global Geopark, between the 2 countries of Austria and Slovenia. And finally in the white we have the Marble Arch Caves UNESCO Global Geopark, which is located between the 2 countries of Northern Ireland and Ireland. And of course Northern Ireland is part of the UK. All of these countries have a checkered history between them, which goes back in some cases hundreds of years, and in some cases more recent times. So for instance, between Germany and Poland, when Germany invaded Poland in 1939, that started the Second World War. Hungary and Austria both joined the German side, or the Axis side, whereas Poland, Slovakia and Slovenia were on the Allied side. In the case of Marble Arch Caves, there has also been a turbulent history at times between the United Kingdom, which Northern Ireland is part of, and Ireland, the Republic of Ireland. We'll hear more about that later. Okay, but let's first look at what UNESCO has to say about transnational or cross-border global geoparks. This is an extract from the operational guidelines for transnational UNESCO global geoparks, which can be found on the UNESCO website. Transnational UNESCO global geoparks strengthen the relationships between countries and contribute to peace-building efforts in the true spirit of the UNESCO mandate. Transnational UNESCO geoparks are about territorial cooperation and association of stakeholders across borders, bringing the advantage to open new opportunities for cross-border cooperation and exchange, while potentially boosting the region's development. And it's clear that UNESCO are very supportive of cross-border geoparks and view them as particularly important in achieving UNESCO's ambitions. Okay, so cross-border geoparks are special places, but we have to realise that they face extra challenges compared to other UNESCO global geoparks. So these extra challenges, for instance, include political considerations. Obviously, if 2 countries are working together, they each have their own political agenda, their own particular government, and the geopark authorities have to take that into account. So it sometimes has to tread a cautious line between 2 different political outlooks. Both countries are separate jurisdictions. That means they have their own governments, they have different laws perhaps, they have different ways of looking at things, they have different education systems perhaps. So again, the geopark has to find a balance between these. The 2 countries may have different national outlooks. In some cases they may even speak different languages. They have different priorities. And again, this all has to be taken into account in establishing a geopark. Communications in any geopark are important, but in a cross-border geopark, obviously it can be difficult to have routine meetings. People in the geopark team may work in either of the countries, so it's not easy to have communications, but it's very important to achieve the best communications that are possible. And of course, it's important that the 2 countries maintain a consistent joint approach to the management and operation of the geopark. Okay, so the Musco Arch UNESCO Global Geopark, the Novorad Nograd Geopark and the Karavanka Geopark were all developed as cross-border geoparks from the outset. That means that the authorities in the respective countries got together and agreed that they would try to establish a geopark and worked in partnership until they were able to fulfil an application to UNESCO for geopark status. In the case of the Marble Arch Caves UNESCO Global Geopark, the geopark was established in Northern Ireland in 2001 and was expanded across the border into the Republic of Ireland in 2008 to become the world's first cross-border geopark. And this particular geopark has special significance in our talk. We should remember that, as I said earlier, the history between Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, and the Republic of Ireland has been difficult and challenging at times. Most recently, the political conflict in Northern Ireland, which Irish people call the Troubles, lasted from 1969 to 1998, and at that time the Irish border was heavily militarised by the British Army, and we can see this in the photographs. The upper photograph shows a British soldier in Belfast accompanied by a police officer, and in the lower photograph we have a British Army watchtower along the border. Despite these problems, a geopark existed in Northern Ireland, and that was expanded later into the Republic. So let's look at what UNESCO says about the Marble Arch Caves Geopark in its operational guidelines. In 2008, the Marble Arch Caves UNESCO Global Geopark expanded from Northern Ireland across the border into the Republic of Ireland, becoming the world's first transnational UNESCO Global Geopark. Situated in a former conflict area, this UNESCO Global Geopark is now seen as a global model for peace building and community cohesion. I don't intend to talk very much about Marble Arch Caves Geopark, but we need to look at some aspects of it. You can see a map of the island of Ireland here. Northern Ireland is a smaller portion in the northern corner, and the rest of the island is the Republic of Ireland. The red shows the extent of the geopark, and the white line running through the geopark and elsewhere in the northern corner is the Irish border. Okay, so Marble Arch Caves opened in 1985 and has operated as a geological park since that time. In 2001, the park was accepted as one of the first 8 geoparks anywhere in the world, and the first one in the United Kingdom. At that time, the only geoparks were in Europe, so they were known as European geoparks. In 2004, UNESCO decided to call the geoparks global geoparks. So all the existing European ones, along with some new Chinese geoparks, became known as global geoparks. In 2006, the Marble Arch Caves Geopark hosted the second international conference on global geoparks, following the first such conference, which was held in Beijing in China in 2004. And in 2008, the Marble Arch Caves Global Geopark expanded from Northern Ireland into the Republic of Ireland, making it the world's first cross-border geopark. And of course, in 2016, UNESCO formally recognised all existing geoparks as UNESCO Global Geoparks. So in the case of Marble Arch Caves, we had people in 2 different countries work together to establish the world's first geopark. which has more than 18,000 hectares of recreational areas where members of the public and tourists, school children can experience nature and have outdoor enjoyment and exercise. The geopark contains more than 300 kilometres of paths and trails. There are more than 100 geopark sites, and the geopark is visited by more than 400,000 people each year. Some photographs to show you of the Marble Arch Caves UNESCO Global Geopark. In the top one, this river rises in the Republic of Ireland, flows for a few kilometres into Northern Ireland, where it runs for more than 85 kilometres before it flows into the Atlantic Ocean. A five-star hotel shown in the photograph with an accompanying championship golf course. And interestingly, the famous Irish golfer Rory McIlroy started off his professional golfing career as the club professional at this course. In the lower photograph, the Irish border runs along the top of the mountain plateau shown in the background of the photograph. And of course, the Marble Arch Caves Geopark contains a very large number of caves, many of which run under the Irish border. Okay, so what did we do in Marble Arch Caves Geopark to achieve the expansion of the geopark into the Republic of Ireland? Well, we went through a process, and this involved a number of steps. I've listed them here, and I will be breaking this list down into smaller sections, and we can discuss those as we go through the talk. But first, let us have a brief look at the beautiful Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark, which is located in South Korea, beside the border, and there is an exciting proposal to expand that geopark into North Korea. Of course, this is also a challenging proposal, and the history of the Korean War, which took place between 1950 and 1953, is well known. And following that war, the demilitarized zone was set up along the border between North and South Korea, and that separated families and divided the Korean people. And it is no secret that there has been challenging times since those days. But in recent years, there has been a lessening of tension between North Korea and South Korea, and the photograph on the right shows North Korean and South Korean soldiers meeting on the border in 2018, and this marks an occasion when both countries agreed to carry out work to remove some of the military fortifications along the border. And this and other initiatives have begun to improve relations between the two countries and offer prospects of peace and harmony. Okay, returning to the steps needed to establish a geopark. I don't intend to discuss each of them because I don't have time, but there are some key ones which we need to look at. Okay, it's important, for instance, to get the support of key players in both countries. Typically, that may be the national and local governments. It's also important to gather the support of local communities on both sides of the border. They are the people who have to live and work in the geopark, and they will have a particular interest in its future. Financial arrangements are important, and it's particularly important in a cross-border geopark to set up an effective management structure and to establish a good cross-border geopark staff team. It's also important to operate the geopark successfully on a sustainable basis, which must be the long-term priority for the management authorities of any geopark, not just cross-border geoparks. And we shouldn't forget, of course, that every geopark has to be assessed at the time of application and has to be and if it is accepted by UNESCO, has to be revalidated every 4 years. And there are 3 possible results to a revalidation assessment. The first is what we in geoparks refer to as the green card. That means you can continue your journey as a geopark without any interruptions. The second option is a yellow card, which is typically given if a geopark has particular problems or issues, and UNESCO will then give the geopark 2 years to sort out those problems before it must be revalidated. And a red card can be awarded in exceptional circumstances to an existing geopark, and that effectively means that the geopark's status as a UNESCO Global Geopark is removed and the geopark is no longer part of the UNESCO family. The future successful operation of the geopark can be achieved by using the same steps to ensure the long-term success of the geopark. So the list is similar, but for instance, you must continue to retain the support of key players. It is important to keep up negotiations. These can be used to set policy, to resolve problems, to identify any risks or threats to the geopark. It is important to maintain partnerships. It is also important to achieve your joint objectives and to set new ones. It is always important to ensure that financial arrangements remain in place. It is vital to maintain an effective cross-border structure and to support the cross-border geopark staff team. Every cross-border geopark should promote peace and reconciliation where necessary between the 2 countries, or to promote understanding and mutual cooperation between the countries. And of course, all of this depends on retaining UNESCO Global Geopark status. None of this is easy, and there will be times when you get tired, discouraged, or disheartened. But please always remember why a cross-border geopark will be important. It will give the Korean people a tangible example of goodwill and cross-border cooperation, and it will help to ensure a more peaceful, happier and safe future for the future generations of the Korean people. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to send them to me by email at the address shown on this slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Richard Watson. Since Dr. Richard Watson has been working as a manager of the Marble Arch Cave UNESCO Global Geopark for a long time, so because the Marble Arch Cave UNESCO Global Geopark is a cross-border UNESCO Global Geopark between the island and Northern Ireland. So he talked about the expansion method and strategy for the Hantangang UGGP. So I'd like to invite Professor Gil Young-woo for his presentation. He's going to talk about the master plan and task for research of the Hantangang River in the North Korean area. Actually, Professor Gil is making his presentation, but there is no audio feed. Do you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. So let me begin my presentation again. So I'm going to talk about the master plan and task for research of the Hantangang River in the North Korean era. My name is Gil Young-woo, and I'm the professor of the Jeonnam National University. I'm going to talk about my research project. This is a joint project with the Pocheon City and the Hantangang Inter-Korean Joint Plan. So this is the limited area. So the inter-Korean joint research would be easy for this limited area. However, for the areas that straddles the demilitarized zone or DMZ, it will not be easy. This is the comment that I've received. But this is a comment. But I think we can do this, and we have to do this. This is my presentation. This is a table of content. So I'm going to talk about the background and objectives of the research project and the range and the field and the plans about this research project. So let me first begin with the background of this research project. This is the basalt map. And in the middle, actually I drew it myself. This is the DMZ area, the boundary between the North and South Koreas. And this is the basalt area. And for the southern part, I researched myself, but for the northern area of this area, I have to refer to the ancient maps and use the satellite pictures. And the picture on your right is drawn by Lautenbach, the German geologist, and actually he drew this before the Korea's independence. So he actually was passing this area and he drew this map. And as you can see, through the Hantangang River, there are some basalt field, but through to this Wonsan city, there are basalt. And in Goksan and Wonsan in the North Korea, there are also basalt. However, these are related to the fault that was formed during the Mesozoic period. And these areas in the Hantangang River area this is a very important geosite that we can observe various geological evidences and characteristics. This is a Geoheritage Journal. This is the paper that I published last year, and I introduced the basalt in South Korea. So if you need, you can refer to this paper. And as you may well know, this is the basalt field. So it was formed during the Quaternary period. And this is a Pocheon and Yeoncheon city area. And this is the basalt field. And this basalt extends to Paju city. And it was designated as the national park in 2012, and it is designated as the UGGP this year. And I think previous presenters would have mentioned this, but this is the volcanic field of the Hantangang area. So there are various stones and rocks exist here. And for the basalt makes the columnar joints beautiful, but there are also other geological materials exist in this area. So people believe that it origins from Mount Ori. However, this is the first mentioned by the late Professor Jongman Won, but that was what late Professor Won said. However, since this is located in North Korea, in reality, there's no way for us to go there and conduct a field study. We do have a possibility, but we need to have more research. However, due to its location in North Korea, and there's a little research have been conducted regarding this area, so we cannot really know the evolution history of the Hantangang River basalt. This is the background of my research project. So Hantangang area is very good location to be designated as the global geopark. However, we do not have much research has been conducted about this area, and we need to have a inter-Korean joint research about this area. And however, this place is very important to build peace on the Korean Peninsula. And when we do have this joint project, or we do have a cross-border geopark, it will be very beneficial for both residents in both Koreas. And I said that we are conducting this research project to establish a master plan. However, we have to think about we need to have this master plan for this inter-Korean joint research project. However, we need to have a more detailed information to decide the survey method and the project timeline and also budget. So like Dr. Richard Watson said, it will be a very important opportunity for us to have a cross-border or inter-Korean cooperation. The area marked as a red line is the North Korea, North Hwanghae area. So this is a part of the Kaesong City and includes DMZ as well. I picked up this area because, referring to the map drawn by German geologist Lautenjach, so we selected this as a research area. Let me talk about the scope of this research project. So we are going to select the zone for the additional validation as the UGGP. And we need to have an additional discussion for this inter-Korean joint research. We need to get the approval from the Minister of the Unification to have a direct contact with North Korea. And we need to establish a master plan, including the research method and budget as well. So we do have participants from archaeology, geology, and ecology field. This is the research area. Let me present by the order of geology, archaeology, and ecology. By the geology, I think you may know Cheongseokjeong area. This is a very famous because it's very beautiful and it's a columnar joint. So among the 8 famous spots in Eastern Korea, this tops. And this is the number 13 famous spot and number 214 registered natural monument of North Korea. So even it is a drone in the North Korean bill, 51 bill. So this Cheongseokjeong is a very famous landscape and site. Actually, the landscape itself is outstanding. This is the location of the Cheongseokjeong. This area is a Wonsan City, and it's located in Tongcheon County. And when you see the Tongcheon area within the box, and when you click and when you go deeper, this is the location of the Cheongseokjeong. It's located in the seashore. And during the formation of the Cheongseokjeong, the lava came from. This is the cinder cone of this lava that formed Cheongseokjeong. Actually, this is my my estimation because I've never been there, but there are many cinder cones. By area, when you see, there are many cinder cones. It's not just one or two. There are many. Here's one cinder cone, and there's another on the upside. So, Gangwon province in North Korea, in the Hungcheon area, there are many volcanic fields. This is another picture. There's a Guksum. This is the location of Guksum. In this box, when we go to this area, there's a very small island. The name of this island is Guksum Island. So the Guksum Island is one volcano. And actually it was fired. Arms was fired last year. And when you see there's a very beautiful columnar joint. This is very valuable, but North Korea, I believe that North Korea is not aware of this value of this Guksum Island. There are very small volcanoes as well. So we have to visit there to conduct research. This is a Lake Sijung. This is located also in Dongcheon County, and this is a lagoon. And the formation process of Lake Sijung would be very similar to those of Lake Songji, Lake Yeongnam, and Lake Gyeongpo. I think because Lake Sijung was formed in a similar period, that is why they formed in a similar way. This is Wonsan City. And between the Wonsan City and Sepo County, there is a deep canyon. When you follow this area, this also boasts beautiful landscapes. So North Korea designated Sambang Hyopgok, Sambang Canyon, designated as a natural monument. And there are many mineral springs in North Korea. So there are many mineral springs that are designated as a natural monument as well. And all in all, from landscape, waterfalls, lakes, caves, canyons, and hot springs and mineral springs are highly valued in North Korea. While I'm conducting this study, I realized that it was similar to Korea's designation during 1960s and 70s because there are not many scientific research has been conducted about the basalt. And through inter-Korean joint research, I think we can find more important geosites. Next is I compared some of the volcanoes in two Koreas. On your left, this is a Mount Umbong located in the Gangwon County in South Korea. Actually, I conducted research myself, and I published a research paper about this. So this is the columnar joint talus. These columnar joint talus are also is shown in North Korea as well. Maybe it is this is another location that we need to conduct study. But I think this is talus made by the columnar joints. This is another picture. This is the picture upside is the Goseong County in South Korea. And this is this is the location of the Mount Umbong, and there are 7 volcanoes following the Lake Songji. However, the same is shown in North Korea. So in the middle part of the Dongcheon County, there are many volcanoes. In the northern part of the Dongcheon County, there are many volcanoes, including the Guksum Island. Through inter-Korean study, it was identified that we need to identify whether it is the volcanic field formed during the Quaternary or not. For the Lake Chungseokjeong, whether it is formed in the similar period, or we need to have a more in-depth study, research into this. Let me talk about from the archaeology perspective. So actually, this area has high importance in terms of archaeology. However, due to limited access, physical access, there is very little scientific study has been conducted. So from the archaeology perspective, we need to have more inter-Korean joint research projects. We already identified 23 sites, but there are in Pyeonggang and there are some castle towns, mountain forest, temple site, ancient tombs, battlefields. We already identified some of the sites regarding this. However, I need to list them up, but these areas are candidates for the joint research project. For the ecology, we need to have more research on deforestation, water quality degradation, air pollution, land degradation, as well as biodiversity. However, when you see the DMZ area, there are still 91 species, endangered species of wild fauna and flora, and there are also 43 natural monuments. By ecology perspective, it still maintains the biodiversity. That is why North and South Koreas need to jointly conduct researches in this area. Let me talk about the research plan. We are currently doing the survey on the current states for the cross-border area, and we also conducted a study about the cross-border geoparks, and we also possible areas for the designation from the perspective of archaeology and geology. So we need to contact North Korea to find out whether they're willing to conduct this joint research, and we also contact the researchers as well. And how to do it, we are still getting information and getting advice. We also need to get approval from the Minister of Reunification. So for the project budget, we need to include geology, archaeology, and ecology, incorporate all of them into the budget. And we're also currently establishing master plan. So by March next year, I think we're going to have a brief or draft master plan, and I can share with you. Last but not least, I'm going to talk about the expected effects. So I believe we can have additional registration to UNESCO Global Geopark. However, we are not sure yet. So for the additional registration, we need to have a broader area, or we can think about the smaller area. So we have to reconsider about this possibility. So this is one of the expected effect as well. And we can build a peace on the Korean Peninsula, and we can revitalize local economies. And there are scientific and academic expected effects. I think for the geological research should be needed for a very long time. It shouldn't be a short-term plan. Like if ideally, we can jointly register by 2025. However, beyond 2025, we need to have deeper geological research. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for your presentation, Professor Kiel. Professor Kiel has been conducted fundamental investigations to research investigating the northern area, and he dealt with the practical plan for conduct research in North Korea. Next, let's invite Dr. Lee Sung-woo, who will deliver his presentation under the theme of application methods of existing North Korean project cases on Hantangang River. Hello, I'm Lee Sung-woo. I'm not a geologist, I'm a politician. I major in cooperation surrounding Korean Peninsula. Therefore, I'd like to introduce ways to contribute to the peace by using the Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark as resources. As you know, Korean Peninsula should go along with the international politics. So the denuclearization process has stopped, and the peace model is in stalemate. Therefore, local government-led inter-Korean cooperation can be used up until this year, but American politics are changing because the presidency has gone into the Biden. Therefore, the various levels of high-level talks frame has been changed. Therefore, based on principles and diplomacy will be the frame of the diplomacy between North Korea and the United States. And the realistic goals will be set. So on the basis of Korea-Japan cooperation, it will induce Chinese participation. But there's one positive thing. Rather than pursuing CVID, a phased denuclearization will be conducted. Therefore, it can be allowed to lift somewhat lessening of sanction. We need to see the history. We need to see the history, refer to history regarding the inter-Korean relations. In 2001, there was a starting point, and at an early stage, mainly agricultural and cultural exchange have been conducted. Since the mid-2000s, the agricultural cooperation borne lots of results. So the agricultural productivity, as well as the enhancement of life quality, were tangible results. Therefore, not only the Gyeonggi-do province, but also the all provinces around South Korea pursued agricultural cooperation from 2003, and it was led to a good result. But later, humanitarian cooperation was conducted. So in the border area, there was a cooperation. So such history should be referred to as we are promoting Hantangang area for a further development. However, in 2010, the Cheonan ship sank. Therefore, stopped the inter-Korean relations, cooperations. However, humanitarian aids continued. For example, the archery or youth soccer, they played games, even in a third country. So there has been various types of cooperation. In 2019, Gyeonggi-do province concluded a deal, a strategic deal with the Asia-Pacific Council in North Korea. Not only political, but also the civic cooperation could be made. So, both Koreas shared historic wounds which happened during the Japanese colonial period. Now you can see the examples of Pocheon and Yeoncheon. They set ordinance in 2019 for further cooperation between the two Koreas. Previously, Goyang, Gimpo, Paju, so-called large cities on the borderlines, but also other cities are joining in this trend. But the important thing is that the inter-Korean cooperation at local government level should support the central government's strategy. The electricity and gas and other areas such as agriculture can be promoted to induce neighboring countries. Such function is one of the most important things. Here, what I want to say that we cannot go without denuclearization of North Korea. So we should go in parallel with denuclearization. At the moment, we cannot talk about the five-stage economic integration. However, we can talk about stage 2 or 3, which are trust building for cultural exchange for trust building, or ODA, so that we can show that we are better economically than North Korea. So now is the time to focus on stage 2. Through social, cultural exchange, we can promote exchange in terms of society, culture, and sports. And my main idea is that linking the aid from local government and private sector into one. So the basic framework for inter-Korean exchange, inter-Korean cooperation is that local governments are taking initiatives through the existing council. However, we need another cooperative council so that the civil sectors, corporations, experts, and local communities can join. Such association should be formed so that we can promote various kinds of cooperation surrounding Hantangang River area. Currently, the Ministry of Administration is taking the role of monitoring, but such role should be handed over to the Gyeonggi-do province, so that we can form a larger scale of cooperation body. So far, when I assess the inter-Korean exchange and cooperation at local government level, for such purpose, I selected 10 projects, including the pine meat destruction and the salmon hatchery. So, as a result, it ranked as follows. The first one is malaria quarantine. The second one is the strawberry business, and the last one is the remains excavation project. It implies that practical issues are important. Regarding malaria, we sent medicine and pesticides, but at the same time, in the border area, the malaria patients reduced dramatically. Well, the unification strawberry project is not about sending strawberries to the north, but it was an economic cooperative project. And sending a Jeju tangerine to North Korea had a bad image because it seemed as a unilateral giving. But as a result, North Korea invited some of the Jeju citizens, and it helped in terms of inter-Korean exchange. However, excavating remains ranked low or ranked bottom because for North Korea it was not an urgent issue. The 9th project, modernizing Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, was ranked low as well because it was not so practical. What it means is that, what it implies is that what can we learn from this one to promote the Hantangang UGP project? So when we see a success or not successful or not successful, let's see at the successful things, the longer ones on the far right. So the humanitarian support or torch from Mount Kumgang in North Korea was successful. However, other events were denied. And in Cheolwon, they promoted agricultural exchange, but it received a bad response. Well, this is a criteria for deliberation. As I told you earlier, a project should be beneficial, practically beneficial to North Korea. It should not relax the control over the North Korean citizens. And North Korea should maintain its central control. Also, a project should be beneficial to South Korea as well. Even though it is not the same, but similar effects should be produced. The types of project that we should avoid is that it is not beneficial to North Korea at all, or an event where a large crowd is participating. So North Korea prefers practical benefits, but for South Korea, maluse of support is not welcomed. Furthermore, our support should benefit North Korean citizens, but for North Korea, they should strengthen the regime, and they should keep the pride of their regime. They always say that we should recover the national or homogeneity of the people. So the threat factor should be avoided from the perspective of North Korea. Therefore, regarding the Hantangang River, what are the strategic benefits? As it reflects the special nature of the border area, this is unique, which cannot be imitated. So even after the reunification, this project can continue. And if inter-Korean cooperation is established, it should produce economic benefits. So it has a huge strategic benefit. And at the basic local government level, a collaboration is possible. For example, among the 3 local governments that are participating in this project. So when the share is large, then there's a huge room for further cooperation. So the quadruple crown that mentioned the deputy mayor it can be helpful in promoting inter-Korean cooperation. And while we are maintaining the consistency, we can help central government. So in DMZ, the reconciliation should be made as a cushion, as a place for mitigating the tension. It can prevent military conflict between the two Koreas. This is a dedication for peace. Then this project is viable. So through the cooperation with large local government, we can expect further cooperation. From the Gyeonggi-do's perspective, local residents should participate, and the Gyeonggi province should continue this stance. What an irony is that without the civil participation, without the participation of the citizens and scholars, then a culture cooperation project cannot have a huge success. Therefore, mutually beneficial project should be promoted, and we should form a network. Then, what are the weak points of the Gyeonggi-do? Among the 114 civil groups that cooperate with North Korea, 106 are located in Seoul, while Gyeonggi-do has only 14. Therefore, civil experts should be fostered. So the local residents should take role in exchange and cooperation, whether it is a geopark or heritage or cultural assets. Local residents should be key players in inter-Korean cooperation. Such cooperative bodies should be made. For example, in Jeju, a corporation called Inter-Korean Cooperation Civil Movement of Jeju Citizens. Such organization should be made in Gyeonggi-do as well. This slide shows how the local governments are promoting inter-Korean exchange. And now let's take a look at the Hantangang UGGP. Let's use it as a prototype. In the short term, two Koreas can conduct a joint geological investigation. In the midterms, we can register as a UNESCO Global Geopark, and in the long term, the inter-Korean UNESCO Geopark can be used as resources for tourism. Such actions can create a synergy effect. Therefore, in the short term, at the local government's level, two Koreas should cooperate each other for geological investigation, but the Ministry of Unification, local Gyeonggi-do government, and central government should participate in this process. And in the midterm, for a joint register of the UGGP, the experts and local governments in both Koreas should form a network to use this Hantangang River as a resource. So the first level should be a joint investigation. The second stage is joint register, and third one is joint use. So at the third level or stage 3, various kinds of enterprises can partake in. And when it is registered, various kinds of groups can join in this cooperative project. So the 3 stages are investigation, register, and use. I wrote here as triple crown. This is to expand and deepen the degree of cooperation. even though we are starting from the idea of UNESCO Global Geopark, we can expand it to the World Biosphere Resources and to the World Heritage. So these 3 or 4 sectors can be promoted by the 3 local governments here. As such, we can expand the scope of cooperation, so joint investigation and joint use and joint register. These are the 3 common factors that can pursue a common interest. I think that will deepen the level of cooperation. So by using the 26 geosites or natural sites, we can promote this one. The issue is that we don't know well about North Korea. So coming up with concrete measures for cooperation is important. So by referring to the Jeju Islands case, we can promote the World Heritage for the places where it has the archaeological or historical value. So in the future, applying various kinds of model can be helpful in a further cooperation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Song Lee. He is studying the pursuing and evaluation and future plans about the inter-Korean exchange programs. And he has talked about his know-how, how to utilize his know-how into this Hantangang UGGP UGGP. This is the last presentation of today. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Patrick McKeever, former Secretary General of the IGGP. He's going to talk about transnational.
Good morning, everybody, or good day, everybody. My name is Patrick McKeever, and I have been involved in geoparks since the year 2000. And between 2012 and 2018, I was head of Earth Science at UNESCO, and while there, I was delighted to instigate the formation of the UNESCO Global Geoparks Programme. Slide 2. Just a reminder about some history with the geoparks. They were first established in Europe in the year 2000. In 2004, at a meeting in UNESCO at which I attended, the European geoparks were brought together with the Chinese geoparks to create the Global Geoparks Network. As long ago as 11 years, 2009, member states of UNESCO actually began to look at ways of formalising the link between UNESCO and global geoparks, and that led to a major push in 2012, which culminated 3 years later in the creation of the label UNESCO Global Geopark. There are now 161 UNESCO Global Geoparks in 44 countries, including 4, of course, in the Republic of Korea. And a reminder of what a geopark is, because in the context of what we're talking about here in Hantangang, it's important to remember that a UNESCO Global Geopark is a single unified geographical area. So single unified area is what we're talking about, where sites and landscapes of international geological significance are managed with a holistic concept of protection, education and sustainable development. And of course, as we all know, geoparks are not just about geology. While a geopark must indeed demonstrate geological heritage of international value, the purpose of a geopark is really to explore and develop and celebrate the links between that geological heritage and all other aspects of an area's cultural, intangible, natural heritages. It's about reconnecting human society at all levels to the planet we all call home, and to celebrate the history of the Earth, really. UNESCO Global Geoparks are per se, they're not protected areas, although the main geological sites, those sites inside the geopark that give it international value, should have legal protection. In terms of transnational UNESCO Global Geoparks, in fact, out of 161, we only have 4, and all of them are in Europe. And of course, the European Union makes the existence of transnational geoparks much, much easier, I guess, in Europe than in other places. The oldest of them, the very first one, was indeed my own geopark here in Ireland, Marble Arch Caves, which straddles the border that we have on this island between north and south. Then we have Novograd, which is between Slovakia and Hungary. Moskauer-Faltenbogen, Luzmuszkowa, which is between Germany and Poland. And finally, Karawanka in the Alps between Austria and Slovenia. And this photograph you see here is actually of an info center within that geopark. And you can see the 2 boards there with the languages in Slovenian and German, which of course are the 2 languages of those countries. The first geopark, as I mentioned, was Marble Arch Caves, and it has been a geopark actually for 20 years, so it's one of the very, very first geoparks. It initially expanded inside Northern Ireland. The original geopark was really very small, and it expanded inside Northern Ireland in 2007. But that was a prelude, really, a step towards the bigger extension across the border into Southern Ireland, which happened in 2008. 2 years later, the Novograd became a geopark. Unlike Marble Arch Caves, this geopark developed as a single entity. So right from the time they were talking about becoming a geopark, they were already working across that border as a single entity, whereas Marble Arch wasn't. The next one also, again, was working as a single entity for several years, Moskauer-Faltenbogen and Luzmuszkowa, which became a geopark in 2011. And finally, in 2013, Karawanka, which is in the Alps, in the mountains, became a geopark in 2013 between Austria and Slovenia. Now, what I want to do is next slide. What I want to do is really to talk about 2 of these geoparks in particular to really look at how they became transnational. The first one I want to look at is my own geopark from Marble Arch Caves. Here you can see as long ago as 2006. This was one of the field trips actually for the 2nd International Conference on Geoparks, which we held in Belfast. And here you can see a trip on in Marble Arch Caves, but they're actually at the border and pointing out already then that they were looking to expand across the border. So these are people standing on the border between the north and south of Ireland. Now, before the expansion, the geopark was administered by a local authority in Northern Ireland called Fermanagh District Council. But as I mentioned, even from the year 2000, it was clear there was potential to expand into the Republic, into the area of Cavan County Council. So this is the local authority on the southern side. And such an expansion, of course, there was logic to it because it would bring in internationally important geological sites, plus many other sites in terms of culture, archaeology, mythology. But most importantly, it was going to bring together communities that for over 30 years or more had been separated by the political unrest that we've had in this part of Ireland. The next slide. But in order to really progress and to make the world's first transnational geopark, I just want to go back again because the definition of a geopark is that single unified geographical area. Now what that means here is that it means there has to be a single boundary, but more importantly, one management team, not 2, the same branding both sides of the border, one budget, not 2 budgets, one staff team. It has to be presented as a single entity and really with disregard for the border that may run across it. Now, of course, that's politically challenging in many ways because for many years, Fermanagh District Council, the local authority in Northern Ireland, had total control over the geopark. and it meant they had to give up some of that control. And for Cavan County Council, the local authority in the Republic, it meant that they had to step up a bit and put some money in and put in new facilities, contribute to staff, etc. This photograph is of a stone fort, so this would be maybe about 1,000 years old, this fort actually, and it's on the southern side of the geopark. The next slide. So for several years, as I mentioned, both local authorities worked very closely to incorporate the Cavan side, so the southern side, into the new geopark. And they did put a lot of investment in. They put in new signage, they created new facilities, they cleared, made access to some of the attractions where there had been no access before. There were lots of consultations with the community. And of course, there were negotiations between the local authorities, the two local authorities, on budget, staff resources, all that had to be negotiated. But also, of course, up until 2008, at meetings of the European Geoparks Network and the Global Geoparks Network, it was Fermanagh that sent the representatives. So, of course, that had to change also, because there had to be one from either side. But in the year 2008, the Global Geoparks Network did accept the new expanded geopark as the world's very first transnational geopark. And here you can see the map of the geopark, and you really cannot see where the border is. It's kind of running through here, I think, somewhere like that. But it's seamless. You can see that it's completely seamless, and that's really what a transnational geopark should be. So the next slide is a very famous facility. It was only built in the last number of years. It's on one of the mountains inside the geopark. Indeed, the summit of the mountain is the border between North and South Ireland. And this facility wasn't really built as a tourist attraction. It was built to prevent people walking over this very fragile environment. It's a bogland, blanket bog, which is very important in terms of the environment, and it's a carbon sink, and of course in terms of biodiversity. And this is one of the largest expanses of blanket bog in Ireland. So the geopark built this walkway so that people could use it and not damage the environment. But it's become a massive success, and it regularly features on television, in newspapers here. Indeed, it's also almost become too successful. But its official name is the Culca Mountain Boardwalk, which you can see there. But its nickname, which is very nice, is Ireland's Stairway to Heaven. It's quite a challenge to walk that, though. It's much harder and much longer than it looks. I do encourage you to look at the Marble Arch website, which you can see there, marblearchcavesgeopark.com, which has lots of information. And again, you will see that it's completely seamless in terms of the border. So the second transnational geopark, which developed differently, that I want to talk to you about is the Moscow or Fulton Bogen, or Luz Muzykowa in Polish. But I'm going to give it its English name, which is probably a bit easier, which is Moscow Arch. Now, the Moscow Arch, for the geologists amongst you, is a push moraine from the last glaciation, so a lobe of ice pushed down from Scandinavia and pushed up the soil in this area of Northern Europe. And this arch, Moscow Arch, straddles the border between Eastern Germany, it's the former East Germany, DDR, and Poland. And these two areas, the two countries really have had a very bad history over the 20th century. Much better relations now, of course, but of course people still remember what happened many decades ago in this area. The two areas on each side of the border, they have a history of cooperating jointly, and they had decided 2008 to become, or to apply to become a geopark, a European geopark. In early 2009, I was asked to visit the area on an advisory mission before they made their application, basically a checking to see if I thought that they were at the stage where an application would be successful. But it was very clear to me right at the start that there was still a lot of work that they had to do in order to present itself as a single unified geographical area. The next slide. So while there was a unified team, there's no problem with that, and there were shared financial resources, although there was a great imbalance with much less money coming from the Polish side due to economic circumstances. But there was also imbalance in many other things. So signage and site facilities were much better developed on the German side. On the Polish side, there was very little visibility of a geopark. On the German side, there was. However, on the Polish side, there was much more school education activities, community activities, and all in all, it was the people on the Polish side who were much more aware of the geopark coming into existence. And to illustrate that, you can see on this slide a school pupil giving me a presentation in Polish on the geopark, and the class was full of children. He was the one selected to do it, and it was really good. They really understood it, they were very proud of it, and they really wanted it all to go ahead. So my main recommendation was that they had to make the activities, the facilities, much more balanced between the two sides, and obviously much more investment was needed on the Polish side. And that was interesting because at that stage they had applied for funding, community funding from the European Union, and while I was there they were waiting on approval for that, and they got that, and it meant that they were able to move quite quickly to fulfill the recommendations that I'd given, and they became a UNESCO Global Geopark 2 years later in 2011. Today, things are very different. You can see here, this is a photograph of politicians from both sides of the Moscow Arch border, very proud to hold their certificates of becoming a UNESCO Global Geopark, and you can see that this is now a very seamless entity. They have really developed now as a single geopark, albeit of course with the two languages, which are very different, German and Polish, but it's a very great success, and thankfully they've gone through several revalidations successfully every time. Next slide. So finally moving to the Hantangang UNESCO Global Geopark. It's one of our newest geoparks. Of course, you know very well that you were endorsed by the Executive Board in UNESCO in July 2020. And you're the fourth UNESCO Global Geopark in the Republic of Korea. And what's interesting, of course, that part of the northern boundary of the geopark reaches the DMZ, the Demilitarized Zone, and the border with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Now, so far, there are no UNESCO Global Geoparks in the DPRK, although, as I'm sure you know, there is an active application in the system for Mount Pektu. The evaluation of that this year had to be postponed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But is there interest in Hantangang to extend north across the DMZ to the DPRK? And if there is, what would need to be done? Next slide. I recommend that because you are an existing geopark and there's nothing on the other side, that the model you would have to follow would be the development model of Marble Arch Caves. That would be the one to follow. But there's some big questions, and I'm sure you're very well aware of them. What contact is there across the border with that immediate part of the border? Are there any cross-border communications? Are there any links at that level? Do you even know if there's interest on the DPRK side to work with you on a possible transnational geopark? The levels of development between both sides are very different, so significant financial investment is going to be needed. Where will that come from? But really, of course, and you know this very well, that the big question is the political one. You know, that I can't say that this would be initiated by people at the geopark level. This goes to the head of governments on both sides of the DMZ, and as such, these things are very sensitive for organisations such as UNESCO. So you would have to really work very carefully at this. The next slide. I call those the big questions, the big political questions. But if you can solve those, then you would, of course, you need transport links across the DMZ. You can't have, you know, a strip of land which you can't cross inside a geopark with facilities on one side, facilities on the other, but you can't move between them. And I mentioned the finance, of course, it's going to be needed. You're going to need shared facilities, common activities. Have anything like that ever happened across the DMZ? And also, I mean, just fundamentally, what international geological value would come from the DPRK side? What would they be bringing of value into the Hantangang geopark? Other things, of course, you'd have to develop common branding, promotion, etc. So those are the more usual things, but there are big questions there that you would have to ask. So the next slide, I just want to talk about a few other projects, transnational projects that I'm aware of. There are a few areas. I mean, there's one area which I'm sure you know, where we have two UNESCO global geoparks right beside each other, being absolutely right beside each other. There are two groups of islands, Langkawi in Malaysia and Stung in Thailand, and you can see these islands from either side. And there is cooperation between these two geoparks. They're very much aware that they could become a transnational geopark, the first one in Asia. I have no idea how long that might take to happen or if it will happen, but they know about it. More interesting perhaps is an area in Central America that is actually working at the moment to submit a transnational application. Several years ago in UNESCO we received an application from the Tacana volcano in Mexico, but the main geological sites were actually across the border in Guatemala, so the application was rejected. And now, since then, they've been working together, the Mexicans and the Guatemalans, to create the first transnational geopark in the Americas. Back to Europe, we have an active geopark project in the Netherlands. It's the Scheldt Delta. And this actually, part of that area is actually inside Belgium. So there's a potential that they could create another UNESCO global geopark there. These things, of course, are difficult, and especially in areas so divided as the Korean Peninsula. And the path may be difficult, but the prize, of course, at the end of it is that of peace building. And that's really what our world needs today. So my last slide is just to wish you all a very happy Christmas. I hope you've had a happy Christmas. I wish you very best for 2021. I hope we have a much better year than we did this year, and I hope to see you all soon at some stage in Korea. Bye bye.
Dr. Patrick McKeever, thank you for your presentation. He dealt with the issue of processing transnational geopark and UNESCO Global Geopark, and the things we should consider in pursuing the expansion of Hantangang UGGP toward North Korea. This is the end of our presentation. Now we will take a 10-minute break and we'll continue the comprehensive discussion session. The session will be started at 4:38 p.m.
여러분 안녕하세요. 저는 한탄강 유네스코 세계지질공원의 명소를 안내할 포천시 지질해설사 이수경입니다. 여러분 여기에는요 한탄강 유네스코 세계지질공원의 마스코트인 지니, 타니, 천이가 여러분을 환영합니다. 저희는 한탄강 유네스코 세계지질공원의 명소인 비둘기낭 폭포를 향해 출발하겠습니다. 이곳은 비둘기낭 폭포입니다. 비둘기낭이라는 이름은 두 가지 이야기가 더해져서 만들어졌습니다. 이 갈라진 암석 절벽 틈 사이에 예전에 양 비둘기가 많이 살았다고 해요. 그래서 그 비둘기와 폭포수가 떨어지면서 침식 작용에 의해 생긴 하식 동굴 입구가 마치 주머니를 닮았다고 해서 한자로 주머니 낭자가 더해져 비둘기 낭이라는 이름을 갖게 되었습니다. 지금 비둘기가 살고 있지는 않지만 어떻게 보이십니까? 비둘기 낭이라는 이름의 뜻이. 저희는 지금 비둘기낭 폭포 협곡에 들어왔습니다. 이곳에 숲이 우거지게 되면 외부에서는 잘 보이지 않는 장소가 됩니다. 그러다 보니 이 근처에 사는 주민들만의 비밀의 장소였기도 하고요. 6.25 때는 이곳을 피난처로 이용하기도 했다고 합니다. 그 이후에 시간이 지나면서 군사보호지역, 상수원 보호지역으로 지정되면서 이 근처에 사는 주민들조차도 출입이 자유롭지 못한 때가 있었고요. 그 이후에 시간이 흘러 지질공원과 천연기념물로 지정되며 널리 알려지기 시작했습니다. 이것은 용암이 흐르면서 높은 온도를 계속 유지하고 있는 게 아니라 점점점 온도가 떨어지게 되면서 굳게 됩니다. 그러면 부피가 축소되면서 쭉쭉 갈라짐 현상이 있는 것을 전리라고 이야기하는데, 그곳에 빗물과 계곡물이 들어가 여러 침식 작용에 의해서 현상이 나타나는데, 저 앞에 기둥 모양으로 나타난 것을 한자로 기둥주자를 써서 주상전리라고 부르고요. 중간에 마치 벽돌을 쌓아놓은 듯한 모습의 전리는 수평전리 또는 판상전리라고 부릅니다. 그리고 폭포수가 떨어지는 왼쪽을 보시게 되면 마치 손가락을 펼쳐 놓은 듯한, 부채살을 펼쳐 놓은 듯한 전리가 보이는데 바로 부채꼴 전리 또는 방사성 전리라고 이야기들을 하고요. 여기는 적게는 9번에서 13번의 용암이 흘렸는데 3번의 용암이 흐른 층을 볼 수 있는 아주 귀한 장소이기도 합니다. 이것은 비둘기낭 폭포의 마지막 코스인 한탄강 전망대입니다. 시원하게 흐르는 한탄강을 배경으로 비둘기낭 폭포는 물론이고요. 하늘다리, 생태공원, 비둘기낭 캠핑장, 암석원까지 모두 보실 수 있는 장소입니다. 이렇게 오늘 여러분과 함께 비둘기낭 폭포를 보셨는데 어떠셨나요? 아직도 우리에게는 비둘기낭 폭포를 비롯한 대교천 현무암 협곡, 아우라지 베개용암, 멍우리 협곡, 화저경, 백운계곡 단층, 교동 가마서 등 태고의 신비를 간직한 지질 명소가 여러분의 방문을 기다리고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 포천시 한탄강 유네스코 세계지질공원 지질 해설사로 활동하고 있는 조금자입니다. 오늘 여러분과 함께 멍우리 협곡 주상절리를 둘러보기로 하겠습니다. 가시겠습니다. 지금의 한탄강은 신생대 사기에 북한 평강군 오리산가 680고지에서 화산이 폭발하여 용암이 110km를 흐르면서 용암 대지를 만들었습니다. 그 위로 강물과 물에 의해 침식 작용을 받아 오랜 세월을 반복하면서 아름다운 한탄강이 만들어졌습니다. 한탄강에 흐른 용암의 형성 과정을 가장 잘 보여주는 곳이기도 합니다. 특징적인 것은 협곡 양안이 서로 다른 특징을 가지고 있어 바깥쪽은 완만한 경사, 안쪽은 가파른 절벽이 형성된 비대칭 협곡을 보실 수 있습니다. 이곳은 용암이 흐른 용암 대지 위에 오랜 세월 부소천의 물이 흐르며 침식 작용에 의해 만들어진 아름다운 협곡입니다. 멍울이란 명칭 유래를 보면 이곳에는 천연기념물로 지정된 수달이 살고 있습니다. 그런데 이곳에 사는 수달의 털빛깔이 황금색을 가지고 있다 하여 멍이라 하고, 이 일대 지형이 한자의 을자처럼 강물이 크게 굽이쳐 흐른다 하여 을이 더해져서 멍을이라 불리우다 현재의 멍울이라는 이름으로 불리게 되었습니다. 멍울이의 협곡은 길이가 4km이며 주상절리와 하식동굴이 군락을 이루고 있습니다. 협곡의 높이는 20에서 30m. 다른 구간과는 달리 양안이 모두 주상절리로 이루어진 수려한 풍광으로 한국의 그랜드 캐니언이라 부르기도 합니다. 비둘기랑 폭포에서 멍울이 협곡까지 편도 6km, 왕복 12km, 왕복 3시간이 소요되는 벼룩길이 있습니다. 현재 멍울이 협곡 주변으로는 1코스 구라이길, 2코스 가마솥길, 3코스 벼룩길, 4코스 멍울이길 등 4개의 주상절리길 트레킹 코스가 조성되어 있습니다. 한탄강의 맑은 공기를 마시며 멍울이 협곡의 멋진 경관을 감상하실 수 있습니다.
From now on, we will begin the comprehensive discussion session. Please enter the Zoom conference room. The discussion session will be led by Mr. Lee Sang-dae, Senior Researcher at GRI. As it is being conducted online, mutual communication is somewhat difficult. Therefore, the moderator will call the discussant and presenter, then we will link them. Dr. Sangdali, hello, good afternoon. Please proceed with the session. Yeah, thank you. Due to COVID-19, untagged moderating is a new experience. I think there are always good sides and bad sides, but due to the COVID-19, we are meeting, overcoming the time and place. In this conference, we listened to 6 presentations. In summary, Dr. Soo-jae Lee emphasized that making the measurement agent is important. Therefore, we should make a frame that links history, geology, and other educational stuff, and cultural stuff as well. And Dr. Watanabe said that the 2 geoparks in Japan, in Sanin and Aso, equipping with a unified measurement system and unified Secretary General, unified budget and unified window is important. And Deputy Mayor Kye-sam Lee talked about the development plan for Hantangang River, and he's establishing a comprehensive development plan, and Portion Valley plan will be promoted. And the manager, Richard Watson, dealt with transnational geoparks in Europe, the 4 transnational geoparks in Europe, and also for the expansion of the Hantangang UGGP, he presented systematically the methods to promote such plan. And then the presentation was about inter-Korean cooperation. So the relevant investigation and contact with North Korea are important. And then Dr. Sung-woo Lee emphasized inter-Korean cooperation exchange, and as a scholar in politics, he talked about the Inter-Korean Cooperation Commission and Council, where civil groups and local entities are participating. And for successful factors, the standards between the North and South are different, but it should be harmonized. So by utilizing the civic groups, we should promote that. And lastly, former Secretary General Patrick McKeever introduced examples of transnational geoparks and what kind of strategy should be used or what kind of approach should be taken. These things are explained well. In particular, the Marble Arch example, which is located between Northern Island and Island Republic, are a good example which can be reflected on our case. We have 4 discussants. Dr. Sang Yong-bak, are you there? Hello, I'm Park Sang-young from Research Institute of Gangwon. Director Cheokgon Geosphere Environment. Yes, I'm here. And Dr. Wansang Ryu. Hello, I'm Wansang Ryu from National Geopark Secretariat. We have approximately 40 minutes or 50 minutes for discussion. First, the discussants will opine yourselves, followed by responses from today's presenters. And also we have some participants from Zoom. We will take some questions from the audience. First, our discussants have 6 or 7 minutes, and when there's an issue, I will give you another opportunity to speak. Is it okay? Then, Dr. Park, please begin.
Good afternoon. I am Park Sang-young, the researcher from Research Institute for Gangwon. I'd like to extend my appreciation and congratulations to the organizers. And regarding this, I'm studying about the fusion and application of these areas, like Dr. Richard Watson and Dr. Keel and Dr. Lee said. Thank you for your good presentation. I learned a lot from the Hantangang UGGP from your presentation. And with the UGGP program, I'd like to focus on the inter-Korean cooperation. As you may well know, the UNESCO validation program is there are 3 parts: World Heritage, Cultural Heritage, and the UNESCO validation programs are not conducted in any area. There should be very outstanding universal value. Those sites should have outstanding universal value, and the process itself is very complicated. And so this validation goes to sites with the outstanding universal value. And from the perspective, so for the global geopark, the ecological utilization will be easy, and for biosphere, it highlights preserve, but for biosphere, it was originally focused on the preservation of the nature. However, it is more focused on the local community and local residents. And there are 8 areas are designated, and there are 161 global geoparks in 44 countries. And in Korea, there are 4 global geoparks. Actually, for the North Korea, although they made an application for Mount Baekdu, but the application hasn't been approved yet. And actually, the concept of transnational geopark is very important. I'd like to talk about this. There are only 4 transnational geoparks. All of them are in Europe. And for the biosphere preserve area, there are transboundary biosphere reserve. So this is called as a PVR, and there are 21. However, there is none in Asia. This the concept of transnational geopark is helpful to heal the wounds in terms of history, and it also promotes the well-being of local communities. This is the way forward of this transnational geoparks. So we need to consider the political context and the communications, and joint or common approaches are also very important. And I deeply agree with that. And how we can access or approach to this. considering the currently tension in inter-Korean relations, we need to overcome these difficulties, and we need to build trust, and we need to disseminate the trust. This is one of the main focus area we have to think about for the inter-Korean cooperations. So when it comes to transnational geopark, this is a UNESCO validation program, and this is very good to promote understanding in cross-border areas. And this is beneficial to promote cross-border cooperation as well. And we need to, both Koreas can have a talk about this transnational geopark, and also we can have a talk about this infectious diseases as well. And for the Gyeonggi province, so Gyeonggi province has established an MOU with the Gangwon province to promote joint study about this area. And this tension between the two Koreas would cause many difficulties in proceeding this cooperation and joint research projects. So biosphere preserve are, I already mentioned about this transboundary biosphere preserve, and these are very good examples. And so, for example, the Yeoncheon Biosphere Preserve or Gangwon Bio Preserve, these are registered in 2019, and we need to connect this PBR with transnational geoparks, and we need to strategically utilize these two PBR areas. So in a nutshell, I'm proposing you to take a common approach by combining these two registered biosphere preserve and transboundary geoparks. In Korea, in Cheolwon, Yeoncheon, and Jeju are the locations possible in Korea. So through inter-Korean cooperation, we can practice this idea into reality. But most importantly, the Hantangang Global Geopark is designated not only for Pocheon, but also the geopark includes other areas So we need to take it as an opportunity to revitalize local communities as well as the local economies. And we need to create a network among the 3 counties involved in this Hantangang River UGGP. And we need to find ways for a strategical promotion of this UGGP.
Director Choi, please. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for your hard work. Today, I'd like to make comments in focusing on 3 points. Then I'll ask some questions. The first, the Hantangang UGGP is fragile to the natural disaster caused by climate change. So for sustainable development, we have a countermeasure against the global disaster. So most of the geosites in Hantangang River are located in and near the river. So the torrential rain in this summer and other natural disasters will occur more frequently. And such natural disaster will happen. So in order to wisely overcome such disaster while preserving the natural resources and achieving the local development, these are the core values, and these are the sustainable development goals. Regarding this, I'll listen to the answer from Deputy Mayor Lee. Second thing is that, as you are well aware, this is about the virus, like hantavirus or COVID-19. You may wonder why I'm talking about virus, but the whole world is suffering harshly from the coronavirus. The SARS, MERS, and the Spanish influenza hit hard the globe. And in the 1950s, the pandemic fever hit hard. But also near the Hantangang River, a virus was found from mouse, from wild mouse. That's why the virus had the name of Hantan virus. That was the first virus found in Korea, and the first virus that put the geographical name of Korea. Further, international hantavirus, virus's initial president, and Professor Song Jin-young of Korea University became the president of society. And in 2022, the 12th international conference will be held in Seoul. All of the researchers from the globe will visit the land of Hantan virus, and they will visit the Hantangang Geopark and Hantangang River. And taking such opportunity, we can promote the cooperation and exchange with them. That will be helpful. I think that is a question that goes to the deputy mayor as well. The last one is a question to Professor Kiel. Currently, North Korea is promoting the registry of Baekdusan Mountain as a UNESCO Global Geopark under the name of the People's Council for UNESCO. And it seems that North Korea has a will to make use of their geological resources. In 1994, North Korea became the member of UNESCO, and 4 years later, they joined the UNESCO Heritage as well. Therefore, through the mediation, if we promote the cooperation with the North, I think that will bear some result. I'd like to listen to your opinion, Professor Kiel. Then, Mr. Deputy Mayor, can you respond to my question? Dr. Choi, let's give the other discussants to opine themselves first. Then we will listen to the answer.
So let me invite Dr. Yuan-sang. Good afternoon. I am Yuan-sang. I'm from the National Geoparks Secretariat. Thank you for your all presentations. And thank you for your informative presentations. One of the things that I want to discuss today is mostly covered by the presenters. And so I really want to discuss the issues that have been presented today. Actually, it was the first Hantan Imjin National park, but now it's a Hantan National Park as well as the Hantan UGGP. And it has become the national park in 2015, and now it has become a global geopark. So my work, I'm mainly in charge of the validation and registration. So most of my work are based on the validation process. Actually, there are many things that I want to discuss with you, but I cannot go on just one by one. But one thing that I really want to discuss today, but it is all connected in some way. So this is about the management structure. For the Hantangang River, it is straddles or managed by two cities, and it involves many municipalities. It made a very good start and registered as a national geopark, and it has become a global geopark. We expected no problem in the process. However, while validating as a global UNESCO geopark, we came to see some problems. There are 3 municipalities, and there are 5 municipalities actually. So when they join together and create a single geopark, when 3 city governments, when they are pushed forward by themselves, it was very dynamic, and they were very quick to move, and they were very competitive to each other. So one county is doing something, then the next county. So when one county is doing something, I thought, it would become a good success. However, when we coordinating the works of the 3 municipalities, it kind of caused some breaks down the harmony among municipalities. So like when we had a council meeting in Indonesia, we worried about the value of this international significance, geographical significance. This would be the point for the questions. However, unexpectedly, they pointed out the unified management system. This is the main content of the report. And most of them were not aware of the reality of the Hantangang River. So we were very surprised. So the Pocheon County and this National Geopark Secretariat, we all there. But it was almost crisis of non-designation. So, but the deputy mayor and the officials from Pocheon County and Yeoncheon County, and I myself, and the Minister of Environment, we explained about the national designation system, but they worried that there are too many municipalities and there is no unified management system. Although we did get the approval or registration as the UGGP, but there are many issues left. And the Hantangang UGGP received 8 recommendations. Among others, I think others are well proceeded for the education and other. There are many good programs in the Hantangang River UGGP. And the quality competence of the local government employees are very high. But the most problem is to create an incorporation. Dr. Lee talked about this establishing a incorporation, like for the revalidation process in 4 years, we have to establish an incorporation. So what is going on about this process? That is what I want to know. So it's just started, and so you're going to just open up the discussion about this establishment of incorporation, and how to utilize this center. One secretariat, one manager, and one budget. This is very good. It sounds very good. However, Busan City has a very good geopark information center, and how are you going to utilize this center? And what kind of plans do you have to cooperate with the Yeoncheon and other municipality centers? So we need to have some answers to this question so that we can incorporate the cooperation results into the inter-Korean cooperation project. We need to have some good results so that we can tap on the good results into the inter-Korean cooperation programs. So I want to know the direction and what is going on about this center, the Pocheon Geopark Center, how it will be connected with other geopark centers in other municipalities. So how are you going to establish an integrated or unified management system? So I want to have some answers for this regard.
Thank you, Dr. Ryu. We've listened to the comments from 3 discussants. I think the discussants had pointed out very important thing. We should deal with it first. The first question is about the borderline biosphere conservation area can be extended to North Korea. All of the relevant local governments are pursuing this, promoting this. And the second question is about the UNESCO Global Geopark. I think G part is being emphasized. So from a geopark, it evolved into global. For Korea, I think cross-border is more appropriate because this is not a border. But on a cross-border geopark, can it be promoted together? Is there anything person who is working for Gyeonggi-do government or Gangwon-do government? Are there any public officials from Gyeonggi province? Deputy Mayor, what do you think? Yes, this is Lee Sam, Deputy Mayor of Pocheon City. Of course, the concept of one team, one budget this concept is important. Such concept has been proceeded from this year. Since we are independent or local governments, and furthermore is multi-layered, so it was not easy. From the administrative or political viewpoint, it's simple, but realizing it was difficult. Furthermore, due to the COVID-19 situation, well, preparing for a meeting was not, on the top level, was not easy. So, as I presented, we already have a draft, but it is not signed. This is the concept of one body and one budget. This does not guarantee the concept of one body. But anyhow, we kicked off this process. And last year when we set our budget, well, we can take the role of secretary intern for every 3 years because we can come up with the budget. But I think such manner will not work. One office, one team leader cannot be done alone because 5 local governments should do it together. If you agree, please nod your head. I think that's the direction that we should go. But since there has been no consensus so far, political effort should be made. Can I respond more? There are 2 levels, right? One is about the biosphere zone, the transboundary biosphere reserve, And the Global Geopark has a concept of cross-border. I think that can be done within the boundary of the Gyeonggi-do province. So the linked cooperative body should come out, and the evaluation process has begun, and we should combine North Korea as well. So there are two concerns. The deputy mayor has touched the second issue as well. I think that was a question given from Dr. Yu to Deputy Mayor Lee. So please make a comment when I give you another opportunity, because we have Dr. Park regarding the Transboundary Biosphere Reserve, or TBS, and the Transnational Geopark. That should be a common task for both Gyeonggi and Gangwon provinces. Within the Gangwon province, is there any sign of cooperation regarding such issue?
When we're currently conducting the project to establish the plan for this Gangwon Biosphere Preserve from April last year. When we think about the future of the Biosphere Reserve, the Gangwon province, there are transboundary Biosphere Reserve plans. But what is important is the Hantangang UGGP is already validated. And regarding this, the Gangwon province has many thinking about this, but they know however, they haven't made any announcement for any joint project regarding this Hantangang UGGP. But everybody understands and agrees with the need for the cooperation for this TBS, or transnational geoparks. So this is the ultimate goal for us to work together. And the cross-border areas in Gyeonggi province and Gangwon province, local residents are isolated. But there is no call for us. But I think we can have a call for us to actually translate them into an action. And this is a question I received regarding the global geopark for the sustainable development and extension into North Korea. There are two major points were raised from the climate change perspective, and the Hantangang area is the origin of the Hantan virus. So response to these viruses, from these two perspectives, do you think are they incorporated into targets or objectives? What do you think about this, Deputy Mayor? He already talked. And regarding the cooperation with North Korea, what about the contact with the civic groups or other organizations for further cooperation? Regarding to response to climate change, I want to have some answer from you. And regarding the cooperation with North Korea, Dr. Lee, are you there? I think he is still here with us. So Dr. Lee, please answer about the last question. Also, I'd like to ask Dr. Gil or Dr. Lee for this issue, to answer this issue. Regarding the question raised by Dr. Choi Okon Choi about the torrential rain this summer, is there any damage to the geological resources and how are you going to restore it. Actually, we do have a large precipitation in 100 years. However, there was not so much damage. And the water retention time is extended and there are some segmentation created, but we already cleared them out. Eco-friendly, and we are sharing the bio-friendly, eco-friendly measures and sustainable development, and also embrace the current Korean government's Smart New Deal policy. So that is why we're gradually implement eco-friendly policies. And we also turning the transportation mode into smart green mode. And the local, central areas in the Hantangang area, we are blocking the access of the gasoline vehicles. We are just allowing access by the electric vehicles or eco-friendly vehicles in terms of sustainable development goals and to promote eco-friendliness.
I think the second question of Dr. Choi is toward me. I thank you for your interesting story about the Hanta virus. I think that's a legacy of this region. Dr. Lee Ho-wang, his monument was built. It was located outside, but it was moved to the Hantangang River area, and proudly said that that was the legacy of our region. And regarding, I think the biological disasters such as African swine fever and COVID-19, even though these do not have nothing to do directly with the geology, I think overcoming such disaster can be a legacy of our own. When ASF occurred last year, we defended, and the Hantangang River was used as a boundary. And even now, we are defending the ASF well. I think that can be used as a legacy of our region. Thank you. And Dr. Lee? Sorry, Dr. Lee has a bad connection, so he's out of the Zoom network right at the moment. So Professor Keel will respond to the question. As Dr. Choi said, North Korea evidently has a will. And besides UNESCO, we have lots of civic groups to make contacts with North Korea. But Manualte in Kaesong was possible because that was research in one area. However, in terms of Hantangang area, as it crosses the DMZ, conducting such research will be quite difficult. That's the comment that I received. And next year, in next year's HGGN, we may invite the delegates from North Korea, if they dispatch the delegation, with China or with Russia or with Japan, in a place where the scholars are gathered. Then we can invite North Korean scholars to discuss the volcanic rocks. I think that could be the first step. And I thank to Gyeonggi-do province because the first recommendation was the lack of relevant research, but responding with relevant budget is very thankful. And the second issue is integrated management. As Dr. McKeever said, we need one leader one manager and one management system and one budget. But in the cases in the geopark located between Germany and Poland, Poland government has few budget, so the road signs are not properly established. I think that could be reflected to our situation as well. If we jointly pursue this project, then we will have one budget system. But the more important thing is the road. The accessible road is necessary. I think such a thing should be considered as well. I don't think we can solve it in a short time, but that's the thing that we must do. Thank you.
Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee, are you there? Dr. Suje Lee? Regarding the validation of the Hantangang River UGGP, please make a comment, Dr. Suje Lee. I think most of it has been covered by the other panelists and presenters. There are co-mission and some additional missions. When you see the original text of the Mexican UGGP, there are many cautions for us. So this is good for this, this is good for this, this is good for this. So it may seem like this is an answer to all, solution to all questions, all problems. However, this is not true. So there is a co-mission in the UNESCO guideline. This is a must, and this is the thing that you have to do. So it says, please explore. So this is not a must. So the cooperation with North Korea is a good thing, but if we don't do this inter-Korean cooperation with North Korea, this is a recommendation, not a must. So this not collaborating with North Korea is not the condition for failing in revalidation. So this is not true. So for this transboundary biosphere reserve, I'm not sure about the recent the most recent guidelines. However, it should be valued, however, differentiated synergy. So it requires just a cooperative cooperation body or cooperation system. If we expand the area, the geoparks is like even though it expands, it is about the biospecies. They don't think about the geoparks is not about the nations. So the geoparks is within 1,000 square kilometers. So if the geoparks extends too much or it became too large, it will be very difficult to manage. So we have to think about the land area of this geopark. So it exceeds a certain level, it will be very difficult. And for the Hantangang UGGP expansion, so we have to prioritize what you should do first. And you have to think about the history and others, and then you can expand to other directions as well. I think today's discussion is very meaningful because it is participated by non-geo specialists. So we get many information and advice from specialists from other fields. So this is very good. So through this information sharing and information exchange, we came to know the things that we haven't known before. This is a good thing. And like Dr. Chun said, actually Jeju Island was validated as a UGGP first, and they get most of the attention. However, Hantangang River is the area where actually the division of the two Koreas took place and physically divided. So maybe I'd like to propose to hold this transnational geopark seminar every year or every 2 years. So this is a very good thing. So what you can do in the Hantangang UGGP. And when the circumstances is right, we can expand it to other subjects as well. Then the biggest advantage of geopark is that the rocks, even if you are stepping on them, they are not broken. So I personally wish the specialists from non-geology areas provide more information and more inputs. So let us lay the foundation on those hard rocks so that we can run many trials. And at this during this COVID-19 pandemic, it's very good to have this zero-based contact and this online conference and have discussion together. So most of the information is open to public and the transparency is being increased. So this level of cooperation for the Hantangang UGGP, when the global geopark network is held in Jeju Island, hopefully it can be held. But within this GGN, I want to have this transnational geopark session as a special session to have a further and more in-depth discussion. And to make Hantangang UGGP as a tourist attraction worldwide and to have some more tourism revenue. And now is the time for us to prepare for the brighter future. And whenever there is an opportunity, let me share the geological information with you, and you can provide us with the information, non-geological information as well. So there are 3 county governments are involved in Hantangang UGGP. So we need to have one independent budget and one independent office. But when in English it is called as a steering committee. However, we need to have this one unified management system. How to establish this one unified management system is maybe the key for the success of the Hantangang UGGP. So we need to have this steering committee or one unified management office not to cause any confusion. And today's international conference, I sincerely hope that this can develop into an internationally renowned conference on the UGGP. So this would be the first step for us taking together. So we can make any argument or any discussion to further develop any ideas.
Dr. Lee? Dr. Kyo? The North Korean local government doesn't have autonomy. I think the North Korean UNESCO committee will be the counterpart for the UGGP. Then how can we respond? Last time we had a working level talks because direct contact is not available at the moment. So with the experts in Germany, I think unofficial meeting in a third country should be a starting point. At least experts in geography and geology, we have many experts here. The geologist should make use of Adenauer Foundation or other foundation who can visit North and South Korea at the same time. So Mongolia or China can be a good candidate for a meeting between the geologists. I think that's most viable and practical way. Of course, we have to deal with this issue with Ministry of Unification as well. besides today's discussants and participants, we have some guests who are connecting Zoom. So please raise your hand if you have something to comment. Please raise your hand. I think we have Dr. Chun Hyun-moo from Jeju Island. Would you please make a comment? This is Chun Hyung-moon from Jeju Island. I think it was most rewarding conference, online conference that I have participated so far. Regarding the recommendations you are considering about this, so given the situation, I think revalidation can be made in 4 years. But that is not the end, because Jeju Island, we had third revalidation. Some issues can be solved within 8 years or 10 years. So step-by-step measures should be taken. And if the boundary, the area of boundary is become larger, more than 10%, then it should be revalidated. If it is acceptable, then it's okay. So you need to take a strategic approach. So expanding toward North Korea is okay, but I think increasing less than 10% in every 4 years will be a good strategy. This conference was very fruitful.
Last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Lee, Kae-sang Lee, for your comment. While I was listening to today's presentation, it was very informative and very meaningful time for me. So, regarding the direction of the Hantangang UGGP and the feasibility of the transnational geopark. So, while I was listening to the overseas presentation, I realized that the importance of the one team, one office. So, when I discuss with these other policymakers, I think I can push harder for this one team and one office. Dr. Suje Lee and Dr. Watanabe, Dr. Watson and Dr. Kiel, Dr. Lee, Sung Lee and Dr. Patrick McKeever, and Dr. Lee Sang-dae, Dr. Sang-yong Park, Dr. Okun Choi, Dr. Wan Sang-yu. It was very happy to see you all. Some of you I have met you before, but some of you I have met for the first time. But I really grateful for your presentations and your comments and your discussions. And we will take them seriously, and we will reflect them on our policies. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the time's almost up. Right, the development plan and vision of the UGGP is important. I think, if possible, including North Korea, environment and development and other cultural aspects as well, I think that is the common value that can encompasses everything. Furthermore, the biosphere, TBS and the UGGP and World Heritage are the 3 aspects that have to do with UNESCO Korea. And the heritage is important culturally. And this region has the wounds of war caused by the Korean War. But it can be used as a value. So the Ministry of Land and Transport is in charge of this area. This area is designated as a region of peace. But in fact, the Ministry of Culture and Sport did not care about this. But culture is really important. So the cultural factors should be considered as well. But like Dr. Suje Lee said, if it becomes too large, then we cannot swiftly move. So step-by-step approach is necessary. And in this region, people live. Therefore, the welfare and income should come along. We should go together. In Gyeonggi-do has task force, and our research institute also has some strategic plans, which I'm in charge of. And the issues raised here can be reflected in our plan. When the borderline law was enacted in 2001, I was one of the persons who raised this issue. Due to the time constraints, we cannot discuss further this year. But next year, we have various projects at various levels, like Research Institute for Gangwon and GRI and other institutes. So then we can move forward, one step further in the next meeting. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Dr. Sang-dae Lee, for excellently moderating this panel discussion. This is all for the 2020 Hantangang River UNESCO Global Geopark Online International Conference. The Hantangang UGGP is registered as the UNESCO Global Geopark, and it is just taking the first step. And we need to have a more detailed plan, so we work harder to establish itself as a very good UGGP. Thank you for your participation, and I'd like to extend my appreciation to the doctors and the presenters and the online panelists. And I'd like to thank all of you, and I wish you all the best for the year 2021. Happy New Year. Thank you.